Okay, it looks like our live stream is working, so welcome everyone. We'll go ahead and get started. My name is Mel Barnes. I am the Governor's Chief Legal Counsel and the Chair of his Pardon Advisory Board. I'm going to introduce my fellow board members. We'll go through a couple of housekeeping items about how today's hearing will run, and then we'll get started hearing from all of you. So with us today in the Zoom, we have my fellow board members, Cindy O'Donnell. Cindy served as the Deputy Secretary for the Department of Corrections under Governors Thompson, McCallum, and Doyle. She also served as a division administrator under Attorneys General Lautenschlager and Van Hollen. We have board member Nadia Perez Reyes, who is the Deputy Secretary for the Department of Children and Families. She previously worked as a state public defender and as an attorney for legal action. And we have board member Eric Liebertor, who teaches paralegal students from around the world in the University of Cincinnati's online program. He previously served as a supervising attorney at Disability Rights Wisconsin, where he focused on public benefits eligibility, and in the governor's office. I will go through just a couple of things about how today's hearing will run before we hear from all of you. So first thing to know is today's hearing is being live streamed via Wisconsin Eye and YouTube. For that reason, we'll ask you to mute yourself and keep your video off until it is your turn to be heard by the board so we can focus on the person who is presenting. If you do run into any IT issues with the Zoom, don't worry. Someone from staff will give you a call, we'll help you troubleshoot, and if we need to come back to you because Zoom isn't cooperating when it's your turn, we can certainly do that. Otherwise, we will call on folks in the order listed in the open meeting notice and agenda, and each person will have about 5 minutes total with the board. We'll ask you to spend the first 3 of those minutes speaking to the questions that we sent you in advance of the hearing. As a reminder, those are to 1, please give us a brief summary of the offense you're seeking a pardon for and how your sentence went. We're not here to retry the crime. You don't need to minimize your involvement. We just want to hear from you in your own words what happened. Second, to give us a brief summary of what you've done since the completion of your sentence, community involvement, employment, essentially where you're at now and how your life is different than the time of your offense. And third, to give us a brief statement about why you're seeking a pardon and why you think the governor should grant you one. Once you've spent about 3 minutes on those questions, we'll open it up to any other questions board members have for you. Don't read too much into it either way if we do or don't have follow-up questions. As you all know, your application materials are quite thorough. We spent a lot of time with those, and sometimes everything is covered there. But if there are questions, we want to make sure that we have time to get to those so that everyone has the information needed to make a recommendation to the governor. Once you're done answering any other questions we have for you, you're welcome to sign off and leave the Zoom hearing. And then once everyone's been heard, the board will meet in closed session to decide whether or not to recommend your application to the governor. You need a majority of board members present in support for your application to be forwarded on to Governor Evers, and he will make then the final decision about whether or not to grant your pardon application. Either way, you'll hear about the outcome of today's hearing in about a month to a month and a half from today. We know you've all been really patient just to get today's hearing, and we thank you for giving us that little bit of additional time to make thorough recommendations to the governor. So with that, we will go ahead and get started with our first applicant of the morning session, which is Terry Hansen.
Yes, ma'am. My apologies. I had it going on my computer, but it started updating, so I had to transfer it over to my cell phone. You know what happened?
Everyone, sorry, I think at
Yes.
least on my end, we're having some IT problems. But Mr. Hansen, I see you're in the Zoom. We're ready to hear from you.
Yes, ma'am. Can you hear me now? My apologies. I had stated I had it going on my computer and it started doing an update just moments before. And I'm like, oh gosh, I had to hurry up and get over to my cell.
Well, sounds good. We can hear you perfectly. Go right ahead.
Okay. What was the question again?
If you can spend about 3 minutes speaking to those questions that we sent you in advance of the hearing. So what you're seeking a pardon for, how your sentence went, how your life is different now, and then we'll open up to any other questions.
Absolutely. It was actually what it shows on the paperwork was it was a party to a crime, substantial battery when I was a child. And since then, I have started going for my degree, and my academic advisors had even admitted, yes, that everything was going fine. But if they were me, they would hold off and go for a pardon because I haven't had any issues since then. That this is the only thing on my record. And yes, I could get my degree and move on to help the community, but I could do nothing with that degree. As you know, having a felony on your record, that looks not that good to everybody. So that's what I'm shooting for at the moment, just to better my life and be able to help out the community rather than just sit by.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Hanson. And I know that you mentioned that the crime that you're seeking a pardon for happened even before you were 18. Could you just tell us a little bit about what happened there, though?
I actually don't recall exactly. I had a traumatic brain injury 3 years after. And all that I'm seeing on that paperwork is, like I just stated to you, all I'm able to tell you is it shows it was a party to a crime, substantial battery.
Okay. Okay, we have your paperwork. We can rely on that.
Okay.
Board members, I'll open it up to questions you have for Mr. Hanson. Eric.
Good morning, Mr. Hanson. Thank you for taking the time to talk with us today. So as I review your application, I noticed that you're interested in physical therapy. Is that correct?
Yes, that's what I had actually passed my testing for.
Okay, excellent. And you started your education for that a while ago, right?
Yes. As I stated, that's when it was brought up to me. Hey, everything's going fine with your courses. What we recommend is you hold off and you attempt to get the pardon because you can get your degree, but that degree is going to be useless pretty much because, as you know, with having something like a felony on your record, you're going to go to get the jobs and really nowhere is going to be accepting you.
Can you tell me what has motivated you to really stick with this path and want to pursue that for so long?
Absolutely. I actually had a accident, I'm not sure how many years ago that was, where I actually had a traumatic brain injury. So once after having something like that happen and you're able to get back to where I am, as you can see, we're speaking here and things are clearly and I'm able to pass my testing, and not having any of that from the past and being able to do something like this to create with your life and help your community, it's huge. You can create a life, do as say what you're doing, have a good career, be able to help out your family and move forward with life.
Thank you very much for sharing that.
Thank you for your time.
Other questions from the board? Mr. Hanson, just one from me. It looks like there was a temporary restraining order filed against you in 2024. I see it was denied by the court. But could you just tell us a little bit about what was happening there?
That was with my ex-wife, I believe. There was a few issues that happened with that where after I had filed, I was the only one raising my children for many years. And she has a lot of ties to the community and the system itself. And they were trying to come up with a way to be able to say, hey, get me the children, so that she was able to be collecting money. And that didn't go through because as you can tell, obviously with your guys' careers, and as I'm telling you, there was no reasoning for it.
Yeah, I do see that the court denied it. Okay, thank you. That's helpful. Board members, any other questions? All right. Thank you, Mr. Hanson. Appreciate your time and hope you enjoy the rest of your day.
Thank you. You as well.
Our next applicant is Kimberly McGeeshik. Ms. McGeeshik.
Bonjour. Nindaway Maganiduk, Anishinabeduk, Bedouin Sanokwe, Indigenous, Mikizi, Nindodem, Sakaganin, Nindunjba. Good morning. My name is Kimberly McGeeshik, and I would like to take the time to Thank you all for hearing my request for a pardon with the state of Wisconsin for my OWI felony offenses. To start, a little history, I believe I was 18 years old when I first received my first OWI charge in Langley County. Not too long after that, I received a second OWI charge in the state of Michigan. In 2006, I received my third OWI charge. While out on bond for that, I received a fourth in April of 2007. Both of those were in Forest County, where I reside. I did, while out on bond for that, I violated again in November of 2007 and received my fifth OWI charge, and that was my first felony. I couldn't tell you quite quite remember what happened, as it was a dark time, and I believe that just there were so many things going on that attributed to my addiction. There, I was able to have, although I was able to have all three OWI cases heard together, and in my sentence in incarceration was 1 year confinement and 3 years probation. In February of 2012, just months shy of being off of probation for my previous cases, I reoffended again and received my second OWI felony charge with the sixth offense. That night began with drinking alone at local bars and then traveling to one of the casinos in the county and stopping at a few bars on the way home. To be honest, I really don't remember how I got home, but what I do remember is Officer Crum knocking on my door and asking me if I was drinking, and I had said no. He asked if I was driving my truck tonight, and I told him that no, my sister Kristen was. He asked me then, why don't you take a look outside, and isn't that your truck? And I said, no, my truck's in the driveway. And when I took a look outside, I noticed that my truck was about 50 feet from my driveway in the ditch. And I must have been trying to get myself out of the ditch that night. And in doing so, I stuck and remained to my story, saying that my sister Kristen was the one that was driving. What I didn't realize until after the fact was that what I had done was actually called her and said, I need you to come and help me get my truck out. I'm stuck in the ditch and I need to park it in my driveway. My sentence for my sixth OWI was 3 years 3 years in prison and 3 years extended supervision. I was also revoked for my fifth OWI felony offense and sentenced to 18 months and 3 years extended supervision to run concurrent with my sixth OWI charge. I was sentenced to 3 years with the interlock, AOGA assessment, and treatment. And then I also was eligible to participate in the earn release program through the Wisconsin state prison system. Once in the state prison system, I was able to participate after a few months of confinement in the ERP program. To be truthful, this may not sound like it is something that you would typically hear, but that was the best program that I have ever been in for AODA. Because it really made me take a genuine look at what the issues were that I was having internally with my mental health, and why my addiction issues were as bad as they were. And I say that because I had to learn to deal with me. I had to deal with my emotions and the reason why I was feeling them. It was supposed to be a 6-month program, and it took me 8 months to complete it. Because I was given a second chance in the program and to really take a serious look at my life. One thing I do know for sure is that I learned how to stop, think, and act. Stop myself from what I was going to do or what I was thinking in situations that trigger me. Think about what it was that I was really upset about and why, and then act appropriately. The lesson was huge for me, and I still use it today in my everyday life. I use that working through issues and problems, whether it be in my personal life or at work. Since my offense, I grew up. I didn't realize that I wouldn't become an adult until I was 38 years old. I'm now 48. I've become a better involved mother to my 3 now adult children, a daughter to my mother, a sister to my siblings, a grandmother to my 3 grandchildren, and overall, I believe that I'm a better human being in recovery. I just celebrated 10 years of sobriety this past September and recovery. Um, Recovery and sobriety go hand in hand in my eyes, and I strive to do what I can do for tomorrow every day. I've become a part of the recovery group that in Forest County that hosts week-long events every year in May during National Prevention Week. We work and partner with the 2 tribal nations in the county, plus the county EMS services, from the police officers to the firefighters to the EMTs. It's actually a really great event. We were nationally recognized by SAMHSA in 2019, which was really cool. I also, because of that, have been collaborating with the 11 federally recognized tribes in different areas on different prevention and awareness and recovery efforts, in just participating and being present. I also graduated from Nicolet Technical College with associate's degree in business management in 2023. And as a student in my last year, I was nominated by one of my instructors to be the Wisconsin Technical College State Ambassador representing Nicolet College, and actually was the 2023-24 representative. There are only 16 chosen in the state, and that was like the hugest thing for me. I couldn't believe it because stuff like that doesn't happen to somebody like me. I recently, in 23, I started working for Great Lakes Intertribal Council as their Native American Tourism of Wisconsin Executive Director. And currently I'm employed with the Lac du Flambeau Tribe as their Human Resource Director. And in June of this year, I started a small business called Glamma K's Corp. And it's focused on event management and planning, mainly within the tribal businesses or entities or communities, is where I receive some of my contracts from. And just recently, on November 4th, I was elected to our Secaucus and Chippewa Tribal Council to serve as one of the councilwoman members, and I take my seat in office in January 19th of 2026. It would be a privilege.
I don't want to cut you off, but I do want to make sure we get to other questions. So is there anything else you want to highlight quickly before I open it up?
Just to why I'm seeking this is it doesn't make the charges go away for me. I do understand that because it's very prevalent, but it helps me to continue positive forward motion in my journey and in helping others, breaking the stigma of addiction and what it can hold in what has become part of the cultural norm in our Indigenous communities. So, and helping others, that's why I'm seeking a pardon.
Thank you. Board members, questions? Cindy.
Good morning. Congratulations on 10 years of sobriety this past September. You submitted a lot of impressive letters of support for your application, which we really appreciate because it shows us who you are today. And it helps form a picture. But I want to ask you specifically, the district attorney is consulted, as you know, and recognizing the important moves you've made and the forward progress still opposes, because it's only been 7 years since you completed your sentence. And you know you have to be off 5 years to even apply. So
right.
I just wonder how you would respond to that, the length of time since you've been off supervision.
I can tell you how I did respond when I received the notice and the email.
Okay.
I definitely was not happy. And I had many things going through my mind, and I called one of my support people. And I said, what in the H and how can I get through this? And then I called 2 more because I know when I start get angry, or things don't seemingly go my way, I need to call them. My main support is my sister Kelly, who's 10 months younger than I am. And I don't care what time of day or night she answers the phone, because she knows how huge my recovery is for me.
Mhm. And were those calls helpful with your?
Yeah, yes, because I completely, like, I zen and I calm down, and then I'm a big music therapy person, and in all actuality, one of the other two that I had talked to happened to be one of the folks that wrote a support letter for me. And she is the clerk of court for the
Yes.
county.
Yes, I saw that
And
letter. Yeah.
yeah, and I had asked her, I'm like, is this normal? What is the deal? Is he just wild, And she gave me some insight and told me to, calm down, and hopefully things will go okay. So.
Thank you for responding to that. Thank you.
Yeah. Any other questions from the board? All right. Thank you, Ms. McGeeshick. Appreciate your time with the board today, and hope you enjoy the rest of your morning.
Thank you all, and you'll have a great day.
Thank you. Next up, we have Bradley Odman. Mr. Odman?
Can you hear me?
We can. We can't quite see you yet, but we can try
Yeah.
prompting your video.
There we
There you
go.
go.
Okay. Good morning. I'm not a gifted public speaker, so due to my nerves, I've prepared a statement, if that's okay.
Absolutely. Thank you.
So the summary of my offense. So I was tempted to drag you through my childhood and kind of give you a platform as to why addiction was what was such a heavy part of my life, but I don't want to make any excuses or play a victim mentality. So the summary of my offense, on October 31st, 2009, the evening of my offense, I found myself sick, desperate, and mentally consumed by withdrawals. I had run out of medication and I was very sick. In that state, I made a terrible decision, a very regrettable decision. I attempted to fill a prescription at Walgreens that was not mine. When an officer approached me at the drive-thru while I was on my scooter, I panicked and fled. The officer attempted to stop me, and he fell off the scooter, thankfully without injury. Although there was no direct evidence during the trial, which I foolishly chose to pursue, their circumstantial evidence was so heavy, and I was convicted of prescription fraud, and I served 4 months in jail. Life since my offense. After release, my addictions shifted gears from pills to alcohol. Finally, in 2016, I entered a rehabilitation program, and that became a turning point in my life. That experience changed me. Since that time, I've been committed to sobriety and service. In 2017, I remarried and have a lovely and supportive wife. I've reestablished a healthy relationship with my children. And since 2009, they have given me 6 beautiful grandchildren. I regularly attend support groups. I remain accountability. I stay connected to others who are also overcoming addiction. I've dedicated a significant part of my life to encouraging people who face the same struggles I did. I know this is cliche, but the man I was during those years feels like someone from a distant past. My priorities, my habits, my values are centered on family and helping others. Why am I seeking a governor's pardon? Several years ago, I was asked to serve as a chaperone for my grandchild's summer camp. When I disclosed my felony on the application, I was rejected. That moment made it clear that despite years of change and growth, my past still restricts my ability to participate in certain activities. When I'm with my grandchildren, they don't know the man that was arrested. They don't know that I am a felon. I I would love to never have to answer that question. Closing the book on that season of my life would carry great value for me and my family. A pardon would lift a weight from my spirit and afford me opportunities to volunteer and be more engaged in the lives of my family, my grandchildren, and my community, without barriers that I created from that crime. I am aware, fully aware, that a pardon is not owed. I have no expectations. And regardless of your decision, I will continue to live a life that honors my family. I appreciate the opportunity to bring my request before you. Thank you sincerely for your time and your consideration.
Thank you, Mr. Oatman. Questions from the board? Cindy?
Good morning, sir. You also had some great letters of support, including from your son and your wife. So appreciate those being submitted for us to review. I just want to follow up on something you mentioned in your statement to us today. You said you foolishly pursued a jury trial.
Mhm.
You know, you have a right to a trial by jury. Why do you say that?
So at the time of the crime, I had gone through some schooling. I had interviewed for a job that I had been pursuing for about a year. And in that nanosecond of time, when I fled from the officer, there's no excuse, but believe it or not, my family was on my mind. And that's when I panicked and fled. And the same mindset was there. I say foolishly because looking back, I should have thrown myself at the mercy and received the help that I needed at that time. But I went to a lawyer, and I foolishly thought that I could somehow get off because there was no physical direct evidence. Like I said, the circumstantial evidence was very strong. And, immediately after conviction, I wish I had a rewind button and could have done it differently.
So did you start taking accountability for the crime in your actions right after that, do you think?
Right away.
Yeah.
I wrote letters to the officers involved. I wrote a letter to the judge apologizing for wasting his time in court and the taxpayers' dollars. Wrote a letter to my probation officer, and the feeling of remorse was great, but feelings get you nowhere without action. Like I read in my statement, I was not through with my addictions. I just shifted gears into drinking, and it took a handful of years before I went to rehab for 30 days, and that really did mark me and was the turning point in my life.
Okay, thank you, and congratulations on your sobriety.
Thank you.
Other questions from the board? All right, thank you for your time, Mr. Oatman. Appreciate it and hope you enjoy the rest of your day.
Thank you. You as well.
Next up, we have Robin Moore, and Cindy, I believe, is recusing herself from this one, so you'll see her go off camera here. She won't participate in questioning, but Ms. Moore, we're ready to hear from you.
Good morning.
Good morning.
My name is Robin Moore. In 2007, I was convicted of a party to a crime of a building or dwelling. That night, a friend of mine and I were just kind of joyriding and drinking, and then he had an idea to go break into a liquor store, and he I don't know, just told me it wouldn't be no big thing. We're just gonna go in there, or he was just gonna go in there and get some beer, and we'd be out there. It wouldn't be no thing, and I foolishly went along with it. I did cooperate with the police right away. I told them Excuse me, I get nervous speaking in front of people.
That's okay, Ms. Moore. We get that a lot. Just take your time. You need to pause. That's absolutely fine.
Okay, sorry. Um, anyway, I did cooperate right away with the police and told them everything that happened and tried to show contrition and do better. They did give me like the first offenders program, so I was supposed to do like some community service, pay a fine, and just stay out of trouble for like a year. However, like maybe a month before I was supposed to be done with the first offenders program, I ended up having like this house party, and I thought I could control everything. I thought I could, but if I just stay sober and if I'm watching everybody, if I'm doing, all this stuff right, nothing will, happen. But that the night did not go as planned, and I ended up getting into trouble again before the first offenders program was finished. So with that charge was a little more serious. It was recklessly endangering the safety of someone, and it was, I mean, it probably was like 5 other felonies on there too. It was like bail jumping. It was I can't remember all of them right away, but it was a lot. And when I went to jail, like I was really scared, and he was talking about I was going to be in prison for like 5 years. And when he came to me with like a plea deal and said that he would take all those charges off and I could go home on probation, I, foolishly took that because I thought like, this will be better. I can just do probation and go home and all this other stuff. But the truth of the matter is, part of that incident, some of the things that I was charged with never even happened, and I should have fought for myself. Like I should have faced trial and spoke out and been able to tell my side of what really happened that night. Because I'm not saying nothing happened, but everything that I was charged for was just, it was a lot. Anyway, that was a really complicated and difficult case. Anyway, I got out and I tried to do well. Like I was going to ALDA treatment. I had gotten therapy to try to figure out, why I was drinking so much and what was going on there. But it just, I don't know, it wasn't enough. I still was drinking. I still was thinking I could control myself if I only have one drink, or if I just leave early and all this other stuff. Like all these like reasonings I had, thinking I could control the substance abuse, but I couldn't. And in 2010, I got into a bar fight, that inserted myself in business that had nothing to even do with me, and ended up another party to a crime, in trouble again. And this time, the judge, he felt for me. He knew my story. I told him a lot about what I had been through growing up and everything, and the undiagnosed mental health issues that I had. But he told me that, he wanted to see me do well. And he think that, letting me off from probation or first offense program is not enough to show me like this is serious and you can't, just be out here doing this. So I did go to jail. I did actually went to prison. And at first I tried to resist everything there. I didn't want to take no treatment. I didn't want to cooperate. I just wanted to go home. I cried every day. But when I realized like no one's coming to save me, I'm not going home. I started taking treatment. I started getting the help I need, and I started to feel better. And before you know it, I did go home, and I never returned. I never returned to that lifestyle, and I never want to. But a lot of times it comes back up. I tried to get better paying jobs and further my career and stuff. And it always comes up. It always, I have to explain this to people often, even though it was like 15 years ago. I still have to like constantly talk about it and everything. And I feel as though I paid my dues. I would like to talk about what I've done since then. I stayed out of trouble. I completed the extended supervision without incident or revocation. I've maintained like a steady work history. I've gone to school. I completed AODA treatment. I pretty much stay out of trouble. I've gotten help with my mental health and continue to seek help right now, even. And most importantly, I stay out of trouble and, try to live a peaceful, law-abiding life. And I deserve a pardon because I feel like I've really paid my debt to society. And I want to be able to help people. I remember during the pandemic, there was like a shortage of nurses and CNAs and medical assistants. And I told myself, I'm like, I'm going to go to school and I want to, help out and be a part of that. And I tried to. But when I got to the completion part, I had to do like 180 hours of um, externship, which is like working in the field, in the clinic and stuff. And no clinic would like hire me because of the felonies. And I just felt like a complete failure. And I was like, this is not like who I am. It's what I did, but it's not like, it's not exactly like who I am. And I want a chance to be the best I can be without having this being held over me and um all my schooling gone to waste because I completed the entire program except for those 180 hours.
Thank
And I
you.
just want to complete that.
Understood. I just want to open up to questions from the board.
Okay.
Eric.
Good morning, Ms. Moore. Thank you for having this difficult conversation with us today. I wanted to ask about the 2010 case. Without naming any names, did you know the victim in that case prior to that situation?
Yeah, I had heard of her.
Okay, so you like knew who this person was, but you didn't have like a real relationship with that person.
Correct. Yeah.
Do you happen to know anything about how that person's recovery went after the offense, or was that something that you had no information about?
Yes. My lawyer and I, she did a lot of research on that case. We were gonna go to trial about it. And yeah, she suffered a great deal of pain. And I felt terrible about that. And it wasn't my intent to even cause that kind of pain or to anyone, especially someone who didn't even do anything directly to me. So yeah, I did hear about that. I didn't know what happened.
All right, appreciate your responses to those.
Yeah.
Other questions from the board? Ms. Moore, just one from me. You spoke to this a little bit. But I see that you've been sober from drugs and alcohol since 2014. And as you mentioned, that really seems to have been a turning point for you. And there's nothing on your record after that. But you also spoke to your mental health treatment. Could you just tell us a little bit, are you still attending therapy? It looks like when you submitted your application, you had a diagnosis, you were getting treatment, and you were still going to therapy, it looks like twice a week. Are you active in that?
Yes, I don't go twice a week anymore because the dialectical behavioral therapy is just kind of like group therapy, and it's like an 8-week thing. And I've done it twice, so I don't really need to do it anymore. But individual therapy, yes.
Okay,
Mhm.
thank you so much.
Yeah.
Appreciate your time, and I don't think we have any more questions for you, so I hope you enjoy the rest of your day.
All right, perfect. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, next up we have Josette Walker. Ms. Walker?
Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
We can, yes.
Can you hear me okay?
We can, Ms. Walker, go right ahead.
Oh, okay, okay. Okay, so I'm gonna go ahead and introduce myself. My name is Josette Woodby Walker, formerly Josette Walker. And I stand before you humbly requesting a pardon. And I just want to share with you my journey of redemption and I'd like to share with you my redemption and growth. In 1994, I was convicted. I was convicted of failure to report receipt of income and sentenced to 5 years. Later in 2008, I was convicted of attempted robbery with threat of force and also threat of force and also 5 years. Um,
Yeah, Ms. Walker, I'm sorry, your audio's cutting in and out.
Uh-oh. Oh, I don't know. It's probably my internet.
Yeah, can you try turning your video off for us? Sometimes that
Yeah, it's
helps.
just
And we'll see if we can just do it with just
turn the
audio.
video off.
Yeah.
Okay. Should I start over?
Nope, I think just that last sentence we lost.
Okay. Okay, so however, I take full responsibility for my past actions, and I'm not proud of those my choices that that I made during that time. And however, those experiences became the turning point. For my turning point in my incarcerations, I struggled, but I realized that I needed to change for myself, my family, for my community, and immediately after my second incarceration, I committed myself to to provide transformation. I connected myself with a women's support group and received counseling services, became a volunteer. Eventually, I served as office manager of the Convergence Resource Center. And during that period, I also earned my bachelor's degree with the goal of helping other women who faced similar struggles with drugs and alcohol, and who were trying to um, find themselves and needed needed to needed a place to you know um, you know just um, had a problem with you know their demons, just they knew they made mistakes in their lives, and they're just trying to find a way with reconciling with their families and with their relatives and kids.
Ms. Walker, I think we've lost your audio.
Grandkids, and just trying to find their way. So I was meeting with other women who were facing. You still having a problem with my audio?
Well, you came back there,
Hello?
so why don't you try,
Can you
if
hear
we
me
lose you
okay?
again? Yeah. Why don't you try
Okay.
to go ahead? If
All
we lose
right.
you one
So
more time, we'll give you a call.
okay. So in 2018, I married my best friend, and we started a best friend and business partner, and together we started Midwest Superb Cleaning Service, LLC. And in 2020, Relate Fashions LLC. It's a T-shirt business, and I'm also a proud member of Grace United Wisconsin. And today I'm a loving relationship with my children and grandchildren, and I'm committed to living a positive, productive life. I believe I've demonstrated that I'm no longer the person I was, and I'm committed to those past crimes. I sought help, made amends, and dedicated myself to making better choices. I have worked hard to reintegrate into society and contribute positively. I'm asking for this pardon because I truly believe I have earned a new beginning, and I'm living proof that change is possible. I am committed to continuing this path of growth and service. Thank you for your time and consideration, and I hope my story reflects my sincere remorse and my progress and my readiness to move forward. And God bless you all.
Thank you, Ms. Woodley Walker. I'm going to open up and see if board members have any follow-up questions for you. Cindy?
Yes, good morning. Your first felony was you were 21, 1990, but then 18 years later, 39 years old, you're not young anymore.
Yeah.
And you tried to rob a person, a 17-year-old, with her 6-year-old brother, according to the criminal complaint, going to a sub shop. And you didn't mention in your application or here today anything about the victims. Could you talk about the impact to them and how you see that now?
Yeah, so that was I was under I was that I was still using a lot of drugs at that time. Um and when at that time I was under the influence of a lot of drugs, and when that happened, I was it was a strange time. I had what I called an out of body experience. That was something I've never done before. I never ever, in all my times of using drugs or any time during the time I've ever used drugs, ever tried to rob anybody. The whole time, in my experience of um, the time I used drugs, that was the first time I ever tried to rob anyone. And I never even saw that kid when that happened, and that was strange for me. And when it all happened and I got to court, and that's when I asked the judge for help, because that was completely out of my character. Um, um, and I felt so bad about that. The that because when all that happened, um, yeah, I felt really bad behind all that. It was all drug induced.
Thank you.
If that makes any sense, I don't know if that makes any sense. It was completely drug induced when that happened.
I understand that. It must have been terrifying for the victims, a 6-year-old.
Yeah,
boy
it was
and a
terrifying.
17-year-old
Yeah,
girl.
I'm sure
Thank
it was
you.
terrifying for them, and you know, yeah, I had a out of body experience. I scared
Okay.
myself.
Thank you for answering. Thank you.
Yeah.
Other questions from the board? Eric?
Yes, good morning. Obviously, today the board will make its own recommendation and the governor will ultimately have the final decision. The Milwaukee County District Attorney's Office did review your application for a pardon and supports it. How does that make you feel?
Excuse me, I'm sorry.
Yeah, so the governor will make the final decision, but the Milwaukee County District Attorney's Office did review your application for a pardon and indicated that they support it. How does that make you feel?
That makes me feel really good. I just, it's been this just been weighing heavy on me. The whole thing. I've been doing a lot with trying to make changes in my life, and this is just something that I just wanted to change up to something. I wanted to be able to make better too.
All right.
Just something
Thank
I
you.
wanted to change up. Yeah.
Other questions from the board?
So, excuse me?
Ms. Woodley-Walker, just one question from me. It looks like,
Yes.
according to our records, when you were discharged from supervision, you still owed about $2,700 in restitution. Did you pay that restitution?
Yes, I paid all monies owed.
Okay, thank you. I
You're
think that
welcome.
covers everything we have for you then. Thank you so much for your time today, and I hope that you enjoy the rest of your weekend.
Okay. Thank you. You as well.
Thank you. Okay, next up we have Marcus Gray. Mr. Gray.
Hello. Can you hear me?
You are a little quiet, but we
Uh,
can hear you.
I'm sorry. Am I doing something wrong? Let me turn this.
No, that's good. That's better. I think you were just a bit far from the microphone.
Okay, sorry about that. Yeah, good morning, everyone, members of the board. I'm Marcus Gray. I earned my charge in 1995, December 1995, when I was 21, I believe. It was an attempt to deliver and a disorderly conduct while armed. There's no excuses. It was a poor decision that I made. Went to prison for 6 months, did 6 months prison time and 2 years of probation, but the sentence was 15 months. So I had 9 months parole and 2 years of probation. And out on parole, I got revocated. I went to the House of Correction in February 1997 and got out September of 1997. And although did the time, both sentences, still didn't learn my lesson. I continued to, sell drugs and be in the streets and having a rocky relationship with my kid's mother. And fast forwarded 2004, September 12th, that's when I earned another case, attempted to deliver and fleeing, and I had my 2 children in the car. Although I didn't take them on a high-speed chase, but I did, go around the corner and threw the money. I caught myself throwing the evidence out the window, which was a dumb decision, especially having my kids in the car. That affected me a lot. I know it bothered them. So I did prison time. I got out in 2000 and I went in 2005 of December, I believe that was, and got out, went to boot camp, and got out in February 2007. Started working taxi company, but I was there before that, off and on, before I even, earned that case. But I started taking the cab company more serious up in 2007 and just living a total different life from previous. And in between that time, me and my significant other, we always was running, having problems with each other. So it was making it hard for me to, move forward the way I would have wanted to move forward. Up until now, 2015, I had got a chance to own my own cab, but that only lasted for like a year or so. Got to a car accident and it took me off the road. And so I had to start back using their cab again in 2017 or something like that. I started doing Uber, and that's what I'm doing now. It's been rough, trying to seek other employment when, even though they say that they can go back so far, but I'm always dealing when they pull up my record, I'm dealing with you know, my previous cases, and so that's always like a challenge, you know, every time I, you know, try to move forward. So that's one of the main reasons that I'm, you know, seeking a pardon so I can move forward, because I'm no longer that person that I was back then. We talking almost 20 years ago since the last conviction.
Thank you, Mr. Gray. We can open up to questions from the board. Cindy?
Yeah, good morning, Mr. Gray. A couple of things I appreciate. Appreciate all the letters of support that you put in that help us see the person you are today. And I appreciate even the way you frame it, that you earned these convictions, accepting responsibility for it. I'm glad you talked about your kids in the car, because that, of course, drew our attention, having small children in the car while
Yeah,
you
no, that was a very, very, very poor decision. And I thank God, like now to this day, my both of them are doing extremely well. My daughter, she's a firefighter for Menominee Falls, and my son, he wants to be a rapper. I don't agree with it, but that's what he wants to do.
Well, so thank you for addressing that. You put in your application that when you got released, you owed about $40,000 in child support.
Oh yeah, I that's another thing too. All of that's taken care of, that's settled as well.
So how did you catch up?
Taxes, paying. I was in that cab accident I was in. It hurted my heart. They when I got them, I thought I was gonna get the money, but it went to the arrears. And the lady at the child support, she told me, trust me, down the line, you're gonna be happy about it. But at that time I wasn't. I'm gonna be honest. I was heartbroken because I had other plans to do with the money, but it worked out. So it's like chunks, things like that. And then filing taxes and not receiving taxes. I didn't get my first tax check until 2023 or something like that, 22.
And do you have a positive relationship with your kids today?
Oh, yes. Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Yes,
All right.
ma'am. We're about to go to Puerto Rico, next week, Monday.
And one other question, you still interested in the real estate?
I'm still in, yes, I am.
Okay.
I just got that on pause because.
Right. No, I understand.
Yeah.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Any other questions for Mr. Gray? Eric?
Yes, good morning. I have two questions. The first is just something that you included in your application. It looks like there might have been a 2021 case, originally a misdemeanor, but it was resolved as a non-criminal case with a fine. Is there anything that you could tell the board about that?
You talking about when they found the blunt roach up in my book bag?
That seems like that would be what it is, yes.
Yes. Okay, well, I was dealing with anxiety because I got shot in 2020. You know, it was a young lady and her boyfriend. They had a situation going on, and I was, you know, the person in the middle of it, I believe. And so I was dealing with anxiety from getting shot. I've never been shot before. So I was dealing with that from 2020 to like 2023. And the way I got up over it, started back working out, you know, and having self-motivation quotes, you know, off of YouTube and things of that nature. So that's what's really been getting me by. But that time, yeah, I was on my way, like the officer, if it states in the report, it was in my book bag. It wasn't in the car. We were on our way to Minnesota. We got pulled over in Eau Claire.
All right, thank you for that.
Nothing more than that.
My other question for you, the board will make its own recommendation and the governor will have the final decision here. But the Milwaukee County District Attorney's Office did review your application for a pardon and supports it. How does that make you feel?
It makes me feel great. It's been a long time coming, so that makes me feel great.
All right, thank you.
That. Thank you.
Any other questions for Mr. Gray? All right, I think that covers it then. Thank you very much for your time today, Mr. Gray, and I hope you enjoy your weekend.
All right, thank you. You do the same.
Thank you. Next up, we have Jacqueline Chambliss. Ms. Chambliss.
Hello,
Good morning.
good morning. I was going to give you a summary of the cases that I was going to get a part of. It was, disorderly conduct, resisting arrest, battery to law officer, and 2 other disorderly conducts. The reason why I want to get a partner is because I changed. I'm not the same person anymore. I would love to get employment and better housing. Right now, I am saying that when that happened, I was not in my right state of mind. I lost my mind in '96. Just the fact I was smoking marijuana, and God brought me back to life. And when I got out of jail in 2008, I wound up getting with a mental health center, which put me on medicine to better help me with my mind. And so I've been better since then. And now I'm with them, and I'm with them for, I guess, until forever or whatever. And the reason why I need a partner is to be able to move on. To say I did these things and I'm sorry for doing them. And I haven't been in jail since 2008, but I had a lot of other disorderly conducts since then. And since 2012, I haven't been in no trouble.
Thank you, Ms. Chambliss. I'll open up to questions from the board. Cindy.
Yes, good morning, Ms. Chambliss. So are you still receiving services through Journey?
Yes, and I am on the waiting list to see a therapist right now. I see a psychiatrist, but I would love to see a therapist to be able to talk about these things.
And how often do you see the therapist or get access to services through Journey? How often?
I see a case manager every week, and I see a psychiatrist every 3 months.
Okay, so you see a caseworker every week.
Yes,
Is that helpful for you?
yes.
Yeah.
They help me deal with my problems and everything else that's going on in my life.
Okay, good for you. Thank you.
Other questions from the board? Ms. Chambliss, I saw that you had a harassment restraining order granted against you in 2005. I know that's 20 years ago at this point, but could you tell us a little bit about what happened there?
Yes, I was staying at a place where so you had to share the bathroom, and the tenant came in the bathroom and she jumped on me. So I literally pushed her off me, and I don't know if it's called flare or whatever. I left Madison, Wisconsin, and moved to Fort Wayne, Indiana, to have my baby. Came back in 2007, and that's when I went to jail for those 3 warrants.
Understood. Okay, that was the same incident. Thank you. Any other questions? All right. Thank you, Ms. Chambliss. Appreciate your time today and hope you enjoy the rest of your Friday.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Next up, we have Gregory Rogie, or Rogue, Mr. Rogue.
Rogie's correct.
Great,
Some of the
thank
rest
you.
of my family goes by Roggie too, but I decided to do things a little differently.
All right, well, we'll turn it over to you then. Thank you.
I hope you don't mind if I read this, so you may have a copy of the statement that I sent in. Good morning, members of the Pardon Board. I'm not here to dispute my charges. I accept full responsibility for my past actions. I'm guilty of those crimes. However, I would like to provide some background to help explain how my circumstances led to those poor choices and how I've since changed my life. I was born with a disability that has affected me since birth, a dislocated right hip and partially crippled knees. As a child, I struggled to fit in with my peers, was frequently teased and bullied, and began drinking and using drugs before entering high school. This marked the beginning of a lifelong struggle with addiction, a disease I not yet understand, or I did not yet understand. During my senior year, a racial riot occurred at my high school, and I was expelled because I was 18 years old and still on school property. Shortly afterwards, my parents divorced and I moved out on my own. The people I lived with were involved in criminal activity and after losing my job, I made the mistake of joining them. I participated in burglaries, believing it was an easy way to make money. Because of my disability, I was easily identified and arrested. I was charged with multiple counts of burglary and received 3 years probation, during which I paid restitution. Although I tried to do the right thing, I did not change my behavior or the people I associated with. When a roommate stole his father's checkbook and wrote me checks for rent, I cashed them. A serious mistake that led to forgery and uttering charges. Combined with my prior record, I was sentenced to 40 months in prison. While incarcerated in Oak Hill Correction Institution, I earned my GED and a certificate in horticulture through Madison Area Technical College. I also attended Alcoholics Anonymous meetings for the first time. Though I did not yet believe I had a problem, while incarcerated, my mother passed a devastating loss and I was permitted to attend her funeral under supervision. After release, I attended MATC, Milwaukee Area Technical College, studying computer programming while working a variety of jobs. However, I continued drinking and using drugs, including crack cocaine. My life spiraled out of control again, and I committed more burglaries out of desperation. I accept full responsibility. These crimes were driven by addiction and poor judgment. Through the help of my brother, who was an attorney, and financial support from my late mother's estate, I received 2 5-year state sentences to run consecutively and 13 months in the Community Correctional Center with work release. It was during this time that I finally surrendered, asked for help, began counseling with Lutheran Social Services, and attended my first Narcotics Anonymous meeting. That marked the true beginning of my recovery and a transformation. So accomplishments since then. I've been clean and sober for 34 years and have not engaged in any criminal activity since 1991. Narcotics Anonymous has been a foundation of my recovery, teaching me that any addict seeking recovery can find a new way to live. My family gradually learned to trust me again. They love and support. Their support have been essential to maintaining my recovery. I returned to Milwaukee Area Technical College and completed my associate degree as a computer programmer. I married my wife, Tracy, in 2004 after 10 years of sobriety. We've been married for 18 years, raised two daughters, Kayla and Courtney. Remaining clean has been my top priority and is deeply meaningful to me and my wife and daughters. It's meaning to me that my wife and daughters have never seen me use drugs or alcohol since. My oldest daughter, Kayla, and her partner, Sergeant Brian LaRock of the Milwaukee Police Department, have 2 sons, my grandsons, Colton and Caden. Sergeant LaRock has provided a letter of recommendation in support of my pardon application. My brother, Attorney Keith Haberman, and his son, District Attorney Nathan Haberman, have both supported me. Nathan has also submitted a letter of recommendation. Additional letters of recommendation come from my sister-in-law, Sue Haberman, longtime friends, Mike Bernecki. This isn't easy.
It's not an easy forum, and we appreciate your time. We do have all your letters of support. If helpful, you don't need to walk us through them, but is there anything else you want to add before we open up to other questions from the board?
Yes, just a few. For 15 years prior to COVID, I've been volunteering in the Milwaukee County Jail and House of Correction, so I'm carrying that message. I'm on the board of directors for the Pass It On Club, which is providing safe and sober meeting places for those in recovery. I'm also on the Milwaukee Waukesha Area Service Committee, the Wisconsin Regional Service Office, and I have maintained steady employment for the past 34 years as a network systems administrator. I've worked for respected employers, including Von Briesen and Roper Law Firm, and currently working for Woodway USA. The reason why I'm seeking a pardon. My criminal record has limited my ability to pursue certain jobs, particularly those involving Department of Defense contracts. For example, one of them was the power test in Sussex, Wisconsin. They offered me the position during the interview. And after a background check, the offer was rescinded due to my criminal record, which conflicted with their DOD contracts and requirements. For the past 34 years, I've demonstrated consistent rehabilitation, honesty, and service to my community. I'm deeply remorseful for the harm and actions caused for the people I've hurt and stole from. I have lived completely free from drugs and alcohol since 1991, and I continue to help others in recovery find a new way to live. I wish to travel internationally to attend Narcotics Anonymous conventions and represent our recovery community, but my felony record has restrictions when trying to travel overseas. Finally, I have my civil right. I would like to have my civil rights restored as recognition of the decades of change and efforts I have invested in becoming the person I am today. This pardon would symbolize closure, forgiveness, and acknowledge my rehabilitation. Thank you for taking the time to review my application and consider my quest for a pardon. I'm deeply grateful for the opportunity to share my story and demonstrate that redemption and lasting change are possible.
Thank you, Mr. Rogie. Questions from the board? Eric.
Morning. Thank you for taking the time to talk with us today. In addition to the letters of support that you submitted and discussed, the Milwaukee County District Attorney's Office also reviewed your application for a pardon. And while the board will make its own recommendation and the governor will have the final decision, the District Attorney's Office does support your pardon. How does that make you feel?
I was wondering, I heard you ask that question a couple of times. You know what? With the things that I've done, the people I've harmed, my actions, everything has led up to, years of remorse and beating myself up. To hear that, one of the district attorneys was in support, in addition to others, but, it's just not one, because I committed crimes in Waukesha, Milwaukee, Washington County. To hear that they've, signed off and been okay with submitting this and being approving, it's rewarding. I appreciate it.
All right. Thank you for your response to that.
Thank you.
Any other questions from the board? All right. Thank you, Mr. Rogie. Appreciate your time and hope you enjoy your weekend.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Have a good day.
Thank you. Our next applicant is Cecile Gambro.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Okay, so I knew I was gonna be nervous, so I did make a statement, you all. Good morning. My name is Cecile Gambrill. Thank you for giving me this opportunity to be considered for a pardon. I'm applying for a pardon for my 2 felony convictions, years 2003 and 2005, both for theft. I became a single mother at the age of 16, 17, and I didn't have a stable job to support my 2 daughters. Regretfully, I wrote false checks to get money that was not mine. I deeply regret my bad decisions and would like to apologize for my wrongdoings. Even though I was struggling and trying to buy things for my daughters, it cannot be an excuse for what I did, and I apologize for my actions. I was sentenced for 3 years of probation for my 2003 case, but it was revoked due to my subsequent conviction. My 2005 case, I was sentenced 27 months in the state prison and 4 years of extended supervision. My probation was revoked in 2010 due to me going out of town without permission. This was my last time having any encounter with legal authorities, and I have not violated any law since. Since the 2005 conviction, I obtained my HSED and CBRF certifications. I enrolled at MATC for nursing school and obtained my degree, and I'm trying to pursue to obtain my degree, but I have this felony. I also completed a cognitive thinking class I also completed a cognitive thinking class by focusing on personal accountability, and I surround myself with supportive people. I volunteer and help with the Salvation Army for back to school drives, food drives, and toy distributions. I also mentor women coming out of prison, help them with housing needs,
and just things of that nature, like Women at the Benedict Center and places like that. And I support my two daughters. I have opened up a supportive home care agency and a transportation service, so I can also help people with mental health and disabilities. I am asking for a pardon because I have taken full responsibility for my past mistakes, and I've worked very, very hard to rebuild my life into one focused on care, compassion, and service to others. The person I was then is not the person I am today. Since that time, I have focused on personal growth, rehabilitation, and contributing to the community. I would like to get a degree in nursing and be able to purchase homes and just do ordinary things. My felony convictions have prohibited me from doing that, so that's why I'm asking for a pardon. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Gambrill. Questions from the board? Eric?
Good morning. Thank you for taking the time to talk with us. I have two questions for you. One, I noticed on your application that you said you had not completed paying the full amount of restitution. I was just wondering, is that something that you're still working toward doing, or are there any updates on that?
Yes, I am working towards it. I pay a little bit at a time. Um, so I would like to get it paid at least within like the next 6 months, 7 months. So that's a goal I'm working towards.
All right. Thank you for that.
You're
My other
welcome.
question is that, the board will make its recommendation and the governor will have the final decision. But the Milwaukee County District Attorney's Office did review your application for a pardon and supports it. How does that make you feel?
Very, very good because I've been waiting so long for this because I'm like, I know I worked on myself all these years. I've been working on myself, just for my kid and for me and my kids and my family to see the change and the growth in me and just for the community. So I was very excited. I was ecstatic actually.
Appreciate your response to
Made me
that.
feel- Thank you.
Other questions from the board? Ms. Gambrill, I noticed that in addition to the restitution, it looked like you also had a public assistance lien. Now that's from 2010, but per our records, it looked like you owed still about $5,000 on that. Is that something you've paid off?
No, that should be paid.
That's
Yes.
paid. Okay.
Yes,
Thank
ma'am.
you. All right. I think that covers everything from us then. Thank you and hope you enjoy your weekend.
Thank you. You all too. And thanks for having me.
Excellent. Ms. Gambrill is our last applicant of the first morning session. In order to stay compliant with our open meetings notice, we will pick back up at 10. So board members will ask you to be back on the Zoom on camera just a little bit before 10 o'clock so we can get started promptly. And we'll pause until then. Thank you, everyone. All right. Good morning, everyone. If you are just joining us in the Zoom, I am Mel Barnes. I'm the governor's chief legal counsel and the chair of the Pardon Advisory Board. I'm going to introduce my fellow board members, go through a couple of housekeeping items about how the hearing will run, and then we'll get started hearing from all of you. With me today in the Zoom, we have board member Cindy O'Donnell, who served as the Deputy Secretary of the Department of Corrections under Governors Thompson, McCallum, and Doyle. She also served as a division administrator under Attorneys General Lautenschlager and Van Hollen. And we have board member Nadia Perez-Reyes, who's the Deputy Secretary for the Department of Children and Families. She previously worked as a state public defender and as an attorney for Legal Action of Wisconsin. We have board member Eric Liberator, who teaches paralegal students from around the world in the University of Cincinnati's online program. He previously served as a supervising attorney at Disability Rights Wisconsin, where he focused on public benefits eligibility, and in the Office of the Governor. We will go through just a couple of notes about today's hearing before we get started hearing from all of you. So first thing to know is today's hearing is being live streamed via Wisconsin Eye and YouTube. For that reason, we'll ask you to keep your camera off and yourself muted until it is your turn to be heard by the board. If you do have any tech issues with the Zoom, don't worry about it. Someone on staff will give you a call, will help you troubleshoot so we can get everything working when it is our turn to hear from you. Otherwise, if we need to come back to you, we can certainly do that. But otherwise, we will call on folks in the order listed in the agenda and open meeting notice. Each person will have about 5 minutes total with the board, and we'll ask you to spend the first 3 of those minutes speaking to the questions you were sent in advance of today's hearing. As a reminder, that is to give us a brief summary of your offense and how your sentence went. We're not here to retry the crime. You don't need to minimize your involvement. We just want to hear from you in your own words what happened. Second, to give us a brief summary of what you've done since the completion of your sentence, community involvement, employment, where you're at now, and how your life is different than the time of your offense. And third, finally, a brief statement about why you're seeking a pardon and why you think the governor should grant you one. Once you've spent about 3 minutes on those, we'll open it up to any other questions from the board. We have spent quite a bit of time with your materials, so don't read too much into it if we don't have questions for you. But if we do, we want to make sure we get to those so we can make an informed recommendation to the governor. Once you're done with any follow-up questions we have for you, you're welcome to sign off and leave the Zoom hearing. And once everyone's been heard, the board will meet in closed session to decide whether or not to recommend your application to the governor. And you need a majority support of board members present in order for your application to be forwarded to Governor Evers. He will then make the final decision about whether to reject or grant your application. And either way, you'll hear about the outcome of today's hearing in about a month to a month and a half from today. We know you've been really patient even just to get to today, so thank you so much for giving us that time to make our recommendations. With that, we will go ahead and get started with our first applicant of this session, which is Andre Virgil. Mr. Virgil?
Hello.
Hello. We can hear you. It looks like we're having some issues with your camera.
Okay, here. Okay. It said it cannot start the video for some reason.
Okay. Well, we can do 2 things. We can either go ahead just with audio, or we can give you some time to troubleshoot and we can come back to you after we hear from another couple applicants.
That's fine. We can go forward. That's fine.
Okay, go ahead then.
Okay. I want to let the board know, good morning, and I have a prepared statement that I will be reading from. My name is Andre Virgil, and I would like to be pardoned for my one and only conviction. I was convicted of possession of a short barrel shotgun on April 7th, 1993. This is the one and only conviction I ever had. I was 18 years old at the time, and I was living with my grandparents. My aunt came to the house and argued with my grandmother, and I tried to protect my grandmother from my aunt. And while doing so, I threatened my aunt with a shotgun that I had found the previous year. It was empty without any ammunition, but it was very dangerous and wrong. And I would like to apologize for my wrongful action. I was sentenced to a $500 fine, which was fully paid. It has been 32 years since this one and only criminal conviction, and I did not have any criminal convictions since then. Since the completion of my sentence, I have done my best over the years to better myself and support my family. I have obtained my real estate sales license and worked at Powerhouse Real Estate as a sales representative and became a member of the Realtors Association. I also completed my real estate broker's course, a loan officer's course, as well as obtaining my instructor certificate in barbering and cosmetology, and became a student instructor for 1 year with the Milwaukee Area Technical College while doing so. I also obtained my Historical Real Estate Development Finance Professional Certificate through the National Development Council that is currently known as Growing America. I also became a member of Main Street America, which is a nonprofit organization that leads the movement to revitalize the downtown and commercial districts and provide insurance products and help communities with economic development. I believe I deserve a pardon or receive a pardon so that I can develop my career further into real estate education, transportation, and finance. I would like to be able to secure transportation contracts which require the background checks for no felony convictions. I want to be effective and productive with my career development and would like to obtain finance certificates so that I can better prepare my career in business. I would like to move forward with this so I can better my career and endeavor, and I believe a pardon would be a great first step to achieve my dreams for myself, my children, my family, community, and those who believe in me. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Burchell. Questions from the board? Eric.
Morning. Thank you for taking the time to talk with us today. I have two questions for you. One is that reviewing your application, I see that you completed anger management and you've attended some counseling. Can you tell me how you would handle a situation like this differently today?
Pertaining to my grandmother or the shot barrel shotgun, or which situation?
Yeah, so if there was an argument like this and getting involved or not getting involved, what would you do differently?
Well, I would as a child, I would probably stay in the child's place, let the adults handle their affairs. As being an adult, I would tell them both to calm down and work everything out as a family.
Right. Thank you for that. My other question, the board will make its recommendation and the governor will have the final decision on your request for a pardon. But the Milwaukee County District Attorney's Office did review your application and supports it. How does that make you feel?
It makes me feel that there are people who believe that we are able to move forward from the mistakes that we made in the past and continue to be a productive member of, and I'm able to be a productive member of society based on my commitment to excellence.
Thank you.
Not a problem.
Any other questions from the board? All right, thank you, Mr. Virgil. I think that covers it then. Appreciate your time and hope that you enjoy the rest of your Friday.
Thank you. You as well.
Our next applicant is Sergey Daytu. Mr. Daytu.
Good morning, chair members of the board. My name is Serge Daytu. I'm here regarding my conviction in September 2006 in Milwaukee County for conspiracy to commit a theft by fraud. Want to explain a little bit of what we were doing at that time for friends of mine and what we were doing around with just going around making people believe that they can bring money to us and we will multiply it to them. But in reality, it was us trying to take money from them because at that time I was in a very dark place and very strained financially. especially being an immigrant and being the only one in my family to be here, no support. But that's not an excuse. I'm really apologetic for that. And I would like to go more into any question the board will have about the crime. So thank you for giving the opportunity to speak. I want to accept all the responsibility and maybe explain more the charge if you have any more question. I respectfully ask to consider for pardon. What I did was wrong. My action was dishonest. I caused harm to my family, to the Milwaukee County, and the victim. I regret that. In 2007, I served 6 months in a jail and I completed the sentence. That was a turning point for me to learn. I also want to be clear to the Wisconsin felony was not the only one at the time of my record at that period. Like I said earlier, I was in a dark place financially in my life where I had made some bad decision under pressure. That is not explanation, not an excuse. I take full responsibility for all my conduct at the time. I have focused ever since on repairing arms through the way I live now. Since completing my sentence, I focused on stability and service. In 2009, I became a restaurant manager. I still hold a job to today. Recently, I added a job as a project manager to better support my family and invest in some of my skills in education. I complete Scrum Master's certification. I earn a food service certification, a Google AI programmer, a marketing manager certification. I've strengthened my tie to the community each year. I organize a toy drive to my workplace, and I volunteer 30 hours per year in the city of Roswell here in Georgia in a recycling center. I'm remarried. I'm a father of 2 daughters. I've learned to ask for help when it's needed and be financially overwhelmed. I remove myself from people and places that triggers bad choices. I leave the idea that accountability means repair, not excuses. I rely on support system, a mental faith group, counselor for guidance. Since that period, I have stayed away from criminal conduct. I'm asking for pardon for 2 main reasons. One is for job. I want to have an employment in IT. I want to have a career in IT because I've invested a lot of time into learning and obtaining certification as a Scrum Master AI engineer. And the second one is immigration. I'm a foreigner. My conviction that created an obstacle in my immigration process. I understand that pardon is not owed to me. But as is advised, it can help me remove barriers so I can present a strong case to the law. I will continue to keep distance from negative influence, rely on support, focus on lawful work, family, IS, and service. I'm committed to build a stable career in IT, especially by encouraging others to avoid a mistake I made. Thank you for your time today. I accept full responsibility of my past, including the additional offense from a difficult period of time that I've rebuilt the life working since a strong since I work service and strong judgment. I respectfully ask you to a recommendation to the governor for pardon so I can work in IT and address my immigration barrier lawfully. And let today's action, not my worst choices for years, define my future.
Thank you, Mr. D2. Appreciate that. Board members, questions? Eric?
Good morning. Appreciate you talking with us today. Obviously, the board will make its recommendation and the governor will have the final decision about your request for a pardon. But the Milwaukee County District Attorney's Office did review your application and supports it. How does that make you feel?
It makes me feel great and make me feel that I believe that the district attorney can I believe that the district attorney can give me a second chance to be a better person in society.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions? All right, thank you, Mr. D2. I think that covers it. Appreciate your time today and hope you enjoy your weekend.
Thank you, ma'am. You do the same.
Thank you. Next up, we have Robert Grays. Mr. Grays?
Good morning. Can you hear me?
We can, thank you.
Okay. The reason I'm concerned is because I'm not stateside. At the time, I'm in Saudi Arabia. I have a position here with Aramco. So I'm working at Aramco, which is one of the largest oil companies in the world. First of all, I would like to say good morning to you all, but it's night over here for me. And I would also like to say that I really appreciate what you all are doing. And of course, Governor Evers for helping felons get their second chance, you know, and in society. And I really appreciate that. Regarding my conviction back in 1994, I was 18 years old, and this is my only conviction. I was 18 years old, and I was at a nightclub that night, and I was, you know, we got into an altercation with a group of guys, and we left the club. After we left the club, we were driving down the street, and I was trailing a friend of mine, and the police pulled me over. When they pulled me over, and I can't recall why they pulled me over at that time, but when they pulled me over, they searched my vehicle. They didn't find anything, so they let me go. So I went down the street and I noticed that my friend had pulled over. And the reason he pulled over because he didn't want the police to pull him over because he didn't have license at all. And so he got out of his vehicle and he lost his car keys. So I pulled up and I asked him, I said, what's going on? He told me he had lost his car keys. So I said, okay, no problem. I said, let me get the sawed-off shotgun because we're out here and it's pretty hot and cars are, you know, driving around. And I don't know if the guys that we had an altercation with would come up and, you know, try to, you know, attack us or something like that. So while I was making a phone call on a payphone, I looked and I saw the police. They were turning the corner. And so I pulled the sawed-off shotgun out of my jogging suit and I placed it on the ground. While I was walking away, one of the police officers, he, you know, approached me and he said, look here, can you wait a minute? Because my partner, he saw something. And he came back with the sawed-off shotgun and they arrested me. And from that incident, I was convicted to 2 years probation. And I was also ordered to complete the program that I was in at MATC and to see a mentor, the mentor that spoke on my behalf at the court hearing. I was ordered to see her, Reverend Dye, for 2 years as well, the term of my probation. Since that time, in 1996, 2 years later, a month before I was off of probation, I embraced the religion of Islam. And that was due to me going to a drug rehabilitation program at the Milwaukee Islamic Dawah Center. It was known as, or it was called at that time, the family, I think it was the Islamic Family Social Service, or a program like that. And I heard about the religion of Islam and I just really wanted to embrace it. I had spoken with my mother and she told me that, look, she supported me and she said, if it helps you and it changes you, then I support you fully. And from that time, in 1999, I traveled to Egypt and I've been traveling in the Arab world and also in Northern Africa for the past maybe, I would like to say since 1999. I got married in 2001 and my wife and I, we have 2 children. And I got my associate's degree from MATC in liberal arts, and I have a bachelor's degree from UW Milwaukee in a major in English and a minor in Arabic language. I'm an ESL teacher, which is English as a second language teacher. I've been doing that for since 2008, approximately. And at the moment, as I mentioned, I'm working at Aramco, Saudi Aramco here in Saudi Arabia, as an ESL teacher in English. teacher. But when I'm in Milwaukee, far as the community service, what I do is I'm a preacher, what they call an imam or an Islamic preacher. I give talks at the different mosques in Milwaukee. Also, I've given talks in Canada, and I've given talks in other parts of the United States of America. And I also gave talks and lectures and classes at the House of Correction and other prison institutions in the state of Wisconsin. The reason I would like this pardon is because at one time when I was in America, this was from 2016 to 2023, I was doing a lot of research on the Milwaukee public school system, and I wasn't really impressed with what I was reading. And so I thought it would be a good idea for me to run for an elected position, which is working for the school board. But also, since that time, I was given a job opportunity. I was offered a job opportunity in Kuwait, and I was not able to get that position because due to the Kuwaiti embassy in America, they rejected the work visa because I was a convicted felon. So these are some of the reasons I would like to have a pardon from the governor. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Grace. Questions from the board? Eric.
Good evening. Thank you for taking the time to talk with us. Obviously, the board will make its own recommendation and the governor will have the final decision on your request for a pardon. But the Milwaukee County District Attorney's Office did review your application and supports it. How does that make you feel?
I'm just appreciative. The same institution that convicted me is the same one that says, look, give that guy a pardon. Of course, I'm really thankful and grateful.
Thank you.
So I really appreciate you informing me about that, because I had no idea that they had recommended that.
Other questions from the board? Okay, thank you, Mr. Grace. I think that covers it. I hope you enjoy the rest of your evening, and thanks again for appearing before the board today.
Okay, thank you very much.
Next up, we have Samantha Hampton. It's Hampton.
Hello, good morning.
Good morning.
I prepared a little statement, so I will read it. Let's see. I started using drugs when I was 15. I had my first child at 16, and by 17, I was addicted to heroin. I didn't know that using drugs, I would become addicted and become physically sick without it until it happened. Because of my drug use, I committed crimes to feed my addiction. I was convicted of theft, 3 counts of forgery, maintaining a drug trafficking place, and bail jumping in 2013. I was in jail for 3 months and had gotten out to go to treatment. I went to treatment for 63 days. While there, I was attending a meeting called Heroin Anonymous, and I liked it so much that I started the very first one in Green Bay. Heroin addiction is unlike any other. So this was a place for us to get together and share our experience, strength, and hope with each other. I was clean for 2 years during this time, and I was living with my dad because he had my daughter. I was working at a car dealership. I was doing pretty good, but I started talking to my daughter's dad again, and everything went back downhill. I began using again, and in 2015, I was convicted of burglary, possession of narcotic drugs, theft, and forgery. While I was in jail for these crimes, I had heard about a program called Heroin Court, that it had just started and that I would be the perfect candidate for it. I was told that it was a very hard program and that I was going to be held accountable and to not do it if I really did not want to get clean. After being in jail for 3 months, I had got out and started the Heroin Court program. I was not allowed to have any contact with certain family members because they were not good for me in order to stay clean. I ended up having to stay at the homeless shelter. And after about a week, I went to a hair salon and I ended up leaving that hair salon with a job. I just explained to the owner my situation and my story, and I started cleaning that salon and worked my way up to managing it. After being in the shelter for a couple of months, I was able to get into a sober living. I was there for a couple months and then found a duplex to rent. During that time, I was working towards getting my daughter back. I got her back in June of 2016, right before she started kindergarten. I graduated Heroin Court in August of 2017, and it was not a walk in a park, and I would not have been able to do it if I wasn't truly ready to be done suffering. I had the team on Heroin Court who gave me everything I needed to be successful, I completed outpatient treatment and volunteered at the downtown farmers market. I have spoken at a conference to Department of Children and Families to share my story. I also did a news interview about the Heroin Court program. Heroin Anonymous has meetings almost every day now. I attended college for a social work degree, but after being told I would never get a job in the field with a record like mine, I decided to stop. I even spoke at a Head Start about why the program was necessary for our community. I was manager at a title loan company before my last child and becoming a stay-at-home mom for 5 years. Today, I now have 4 beautiful children, a fiance. I do everything for my kids, and they are the reason I keep going. We bought a house last year from that same landlord that I rented from back in 2016. I just started a cleaning business that is going great, and none of my clients have ever had to question if I have a record or not, because they know that's not who I am today. My 3 younger children don't know about my past, so when they ask for me to go on a field trip with them, they don't know that I won't pass the background check. I want to be able to do things without my convictions holding me back. I feel that the punishment has outweighed the crimes. My victims were my grandma, my mom, and my sister, and they have gotten to see me live a life of honesty, integrity, and accountability. My oldest daughter also had to see a lot of what I went through, and by me getting up and making the right decisions every day, I know she is proud of the woman I am today. It has been 10 years since my last conviction. There is no going back for me, only forward. When I am sober, I can accomplish anything. I have come so far. I will never forget my past, but I will not let it define me. A pardon is all I have wanted. I cannot take back what I did, but I have paid for my crimes and an asset to the community. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Hampton. Board members, any questions? Cindy?
Good morning. Congratulations on your sobriety.
Thank you.
So you had some great letters of recommendation, and one of them was from your arresting officer, and it seems like you still stay in touch. So tell us about that.
Yeah, he works at my daughter's school now, so I see him quite a bit. We email all the time. He said for him it's pretty cool because he doesn't get to see the other side. He arrests and then that's it. So he's gotten to see the life that I live. He drives past my house frequently and stops to say hi. You know, my kids think they're like, you're friends with the police officer. It's pretty cool. So, I mean, it's awesome. And I have a community behind me that only wants me to succeed. And I never thought this was possible, but I'm living it. So
Thank you.
thank you.
Any other questions from the board? Eric?
Yes, thank you for your time today. In addition to that support, and board will make its own recommendation and the governor will have the final decision. But the judge in Brown County who reviewed your application for a pardon supports it. How does that make you feel?
I feel pretty tremendous. I mean, I worked with him in heroin court and he got to see all my accomplishments and see how far I've come. So it's pretty phenomenal that he's willing to support me to go through with this.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions? All right, Ms. Hampton, appreciate your time today and hope you enjoy the rest of your weekend.
Thank you so much. You as well.
Next up, we have Jordan Kinn. Mr. Kinn? Right, Mr. Kinn, I'm able to see you in the Zoom. If you can unmute yourself, we're ready to hear from you. Okay, Mr. Kinn, I'm not sure if you're having some tech issues, but we will try to reach out to you so that if that is the case, we can help resolve them. Oh, here we go. Get some on-site IT support. We'll try prompting you to unmute and see if that helps. Mr. Kinn, if you're getting a pop-up on your end saying that the host is asking you to unmute, can you give me a thumbs up? You are? Okay, but it's not working. Okay, we're gonna have someone give you a call then. We'll troubleshoot on that and we'll come back to you as soon as we get the tech working. In the meantime, we'll go to William Staple. Mr. Staple? Mr. Staple, if you're speaking, we can't hear you, although it does look like you're on mute.
Can you hear me?
Now we can, yes. We can't see you, but it does look like your video is turned on. There we are.
There we go. Good morning.
Good morning.
I'm going to read a statement that I prepared. In 1991, I was 23 years old. I did a really stupid thing. I stole a safe from a restaurant, and the kicker was there was no money in it, not one dime. I was young, drinking alcohol, doing drugs, and hanging with the wrong crowd. I disappointed my family and friends. The resulting sentence was horrible. I violated my probation by leaving the state, thinking I could run away from my problems. I was totally wrong. I was sent to prison on this violation of my probation. More disappointment for my family. I felt like there was no hope. When I served my time for this crime, I had to start again. For a while, I felt aimless. It's almost like this part of my life is blank. After that, things began to rebuild. After my parole was complete, I was granted full custody of my son. I held down a job and supported my son and myself. Things began to turn around for me. Over these past 34 years since my crime, I have experienced positive improvement in myself. Family and community are most important to me now, and I value the support I have received over the years. Today, I am an outdoorsman, a beekeeper, a gardener, and a mentor to children of both family and friends. I help my wife with her beekeeping business and with her art business. And I now feel a sense of accomplishment in my life. I've carried the heavy burden of my dumb, youthful antics for 34 years. I'm not anywhere near close to that 23-year-old guy from 34 years ago. When I received the reply statement from the judge on the notice to pardon application, I was filled with relief and joy. The Honorable Samantha Bastille said, "This court is in support given all his rehabilitation, his commitment to his family and community, and the lack of community or lack of criminal record in a very significant time." In closing, I would like to say, with the love of my family and friends, and especially my wife, and the love of myself, I am now the man I am proud to be. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Staple. Questions from the board? Cindy?
Morning, sir. You submitted some great letters of recommendation. So I'm sure that was rewarding for you to read about those from family, from neighbors. So thank you for sharing those and allowing us to see the person you've become. One of the concerns I had in looking at your application, it looks like you still owed restitution when you discharged. Do you have anything to say about that?
I was not aware of that.
So according to the records here, there were, you were ordered to pay restitution to various victims of your offenses, and it doesn't appear that it was all fully paid.
I believe it has been.
How did you pay it?
By check.
To who?
To the Department of Corrections.
Okay.
And I will look into that.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Other questions from the board? Mr. Staple, you talked a little bit about your relationship now. I do see that you have a disorderly conduct that was domestic abuse related from 1994, so just a little bit after this felony. Could you tell us a little bit about what was happening there?
It's been so long. I was in a dark period of my life. I'm sure it has something to do with an ex-girlfriend or something, but I don't totally recall that.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions from the board? All right, I think that's it, Mr. Staple. Appreciate your time and hope you enjoy your weekend.
Thank you. Enjoy your day. Beautiful day.
Thank you. It is. Okay, so I think we are still working on some tech issues with Mr. Kin. So in the meantime, we will go on to Nathan Smeltzer. Mr. Smeltzer? We'll try prompting you to unmute. Oh, I think you got it.
Got me?
There you are.
Okay. Good morning. My name is Nathan Smeltzer. In 1999, 2000, I committed a felony possession of THC with intent to deliver or distribute in 1999. I hung out with a very tough crowd, but I put myself in that situation. I was trying to make new friends, in a different state. I came here from Colorado and ended up, just hanging out with a group of people, and I put myself in a situation and ended up getting in trouble. I think I did 7 months of jail time with Huber. I got Huber privileges. And then after that, I did 4 years probation. Never violated the probation after that. Everything went good. And then after all said and done, I did the probation. In the meantime, though, I had 2 daughters, and then now I have 4 kids, and at the time, I back up a little bit, but at the time that I got in trouble, I had started a job that my father got me a job doing drywall. And to this day, I'm still here at the same company, and they gave me a second chance after what I've done. And ever since, I got married, had 4 beautiful kids, I'm still at the same job, 27 years later, and life is good. I mean, it's great, I tell my kids, I don't put yourself in a situation, make right decisions. And I'm sad at myself that I didn't do that back in the day when I had everything that I had going for me. And, I put myself in a bad situation, and I pay the consequences. I think about it a lot, and ever since then, I mean, life has been good. I'm involved with baseball, soccer, cross country, all the kids' sports, basketball, and working and just loving life, and I was asking for a pardon, to just get this off of my system and myself, to not think about it and just start with a clean slate, in life. Be 47 here pretty soon, and it's just time to move on. So that's what I got.
Thank you, Mr. Smeltzer. Questions from the board? Cindy?
Morning, sir. 2
Morning.
questions. So
Yes.
there's a whole section in the application process that talks about steps you've taken since your conviction, and you left it all blank, not applicable. So here's your chance to explain to us, how did you get from that person to this person?
Family, better decisions, being involved with people, not criminals. I can't believe I left that blank. Just surrounding myself with good vibes and not, and the kids had a lot of support, my wife, my kids. It was a great support, so that's how.
And you did submit letters of support, which we appreciate, and they talk about who you are today. I mean, letters from your stepdad and your brother and your employer, and so they give us a framework of who
Correct.
you are. So appreciate that, but it's always beneficial for us to hear it from the applicant on this.
Correct.
So I appreciate your taking the time. My second question: you appear to have 4 unsatisfied small claims judgments, 2010, 2013, 2022, and 2023. Can you tell us about those?
So those were just, I couldn't, they were, one was a repossession of a UTV vehicle. The other one, I think it was a bank, rain, I can't remember, but I know the 2023 one was the repossessed. I couldn't make the payments. Things got a little tough, and I thought I could. Bad decision, shouldn't have bought it. So now I got to live with that too, and pay back, what I'm doing for that too.
So are you making payments on those claims?
Not yet. I'm still working through. I just got a letter in the mail about some of the stuff, so I'm waiting to hear back what I can make the payments on.
Okay.
Because I don't know what they sold it for, so what I owe the bank,
Okay.
on that part.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Mr. Smelter, I just want to clarify, you said you just got something in the mail. I think we saw there was a 2005 claim for $7,000 that was entered recently. So understand you're probably not making payments on that yet. Are you making payments on any of the older judgments?
I have not gotten any. I don't really know what those judgments are. I'm not really sure. So, because I haven't gotten anything, so I don't know. I guess I have to dig deep into something.
Yeah, it looks like they're all in Sheboygan County. One's $1,000, looks like another is $2,000. So encourage you to look into that and get current with your payments if you can.
Definitely.
Other questions from the board? Okay, thank you, Mr. Smeltzer. Appreciate your time and hope you enjoy your weekend.
Thank you. You too.
I believe we are ready to go with Mr. Kin. So Mr. Kin, we'll turn it over to you.
Hi, is it working now?
It is perfect.
All right, good morning. Thank you for the time. My name is Jordan Kin. I'm sorry if I'm moving side to side a little bit. I'm out in the ocean. My troubles started shortly after high school. My first felony conviction was 2002 for a burglary charge. Tried to steal drugs. It was just a very bad point. I did my jail time and probation. I had a little hiccup and I got a drinking and driving, at which point they sent me to OAR program called CIP. It's like a prison boot camp. And I completed that course in 181 days. And after that, I made another mistake in 2010 and I took a vehicle that was not mine and crashed it. Really no excuse at all for either one. All my crimes were Sturgeon Bay, Green Bay, Northeast Wisconsin. I moved down to Key West in 2011. I have a 13-year-old son and a 17-year-old daughter. They're a huge part of my life and helped me get to this point and making better decisions. And I left most of that behind me. I've been free and clear of alcohol and drugs for going on almost 10 years, 9. And I just wanted the chance to be able to put a lot of this behind me. I started a fishing business in Key West, and that's where I reside and plan on staying. There's several reasons I would like to get my felony pardoned. Mostly for the fact that I just want to be able to do more in the future and get involved in more businesses. And being on a long range fishing boat, it's also nice to have no big background. think that's kind of all I have.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Kin. We'll open it up to questions from the board.
Okay,
Board
thank you.
members? Cindy?
Yep. Good morning. How's the fishing today?
Oh, it's good. We just got out yesterday afternoon, but yes.
Oh, did you? What do you fish for? Everything or?
Mostly grouper and snapper.
Oh,
Yeah.
interesting.
Yeah, we're like 150 miles away from Key West. We're kind of in the middle of nowhere.
Ah, okay. Well,
Starlink.
hope the GPS is working. Yes. You submitted great letters of support, and I'm sure that was gratifying to you to read from your friends and your mom and your sister. You mentioned a couple of maybe business reasons for the pardon that.
Yeah, I'm getting to be a partner in a fish house / bait shop. And one of the reasons is if I'm going to be part owners of it, we can't legally have a liquor license there. And that's one thing my partner wanted to involve. So that's one thing. And the other big thing is being on a boat offshore. It would be nice to be able to not have that background where I could have a firearm in the boat.
Right. Okay.
It's lots of stuff does go down here as far as immigrants and drugs still being trafficked, and it can be kind of a confrontational waters.
Okay.
I know
Okay.
it's like a very awkward thing. Yes.
No, I appreciate your explanation of that. Okay. Thank you.
Thanks.
Other questions from the board? All right, thank you, Mr. Kin. Appreciate your time.
All right.
Good luck with the rest of the fishing and enjoy your weekend.
Thank you so much. Have a good day.
Thank you. Okay, our next applicant is David Mervish. Mr. Mervish?
Good morning. Can you hear
Good
me?
morning.
My name is David Mervash. In a summary of my offense, in 1997, I was a teenager living on the path of self-destruction. Me and some acquaintances at the time were charged with burglary. We were drinking and doing drugs all day, pretty much blacked out. I don't have any recollection of how we got into that situation, but I got sentenced to 16 months in prison, 3 years probation. And it was very eye-opening being that young in the adult prison system. I saw the light and changed paths in my life. I totally changed my life around since then, except for in 2019, I got an OWI, my first and last. I've been sober ever since. I got too much to lose, and I'm sorry for my actions, and I am very sorry to my victims. What I have done since, I have held steady employment. I've been in my current employer since 2007 to support my family. I've stayed out of trouble except for that OWI in 2019. I've been with my fiance almost 30 years. We have 4 wonderful children. They've all graduated and are productive parts of society. I bought a house in 2010. I got my CDL. I donate predominantly money to local food pantries, women's shelters, fire and police departments. I'm always helping my neighbors, and I even watch a couple of their houses when they go on vacation. I'm first aid and CPR certified first responder at my job. Wisconsin DOT certified highway technician. I've completed online courses for real estate appraisals. I completed a 3-year, 5,200-hour apprenticeship for heavy equipment operator. I'm a leader and mentor at my current employer. Why I think I should get a pardon. I'm very remorseful for my past actions and have paid my debt to society long ago. The felony has prevented me from gaining prior jobs years ago. I am thinking about a possible career change, and I don't want this to be the deciding factor. I am no longer that person I was when I was a teenager. I have grown to be a productive part of society, a good dad, a good spouse, a mentor, a leader. This felony prevents me from being able to go gun hunting with my sons and their buddies and dads. I can't participate in certain events at my employer. I'm tired of hiding and being held back from doing things because of my felony. I've turned my life around completely, and I have learned from my lesson. I am no longer that young, dumb teenager living on the path of self-destruction. That's pretty much all I got.
Thank you, Mr. Mirvish. Questions from the
You're
board?
welcome.
Cindy?
Yes, good morning, sir. As part of the
Morning.
application process, people are encouraged to submit letters of support for their application, and you chose not to submit any. Can you tell us why not?
Yes, ma'am, because it's not really anything I talk about to anybody I associate with. It's sort of embarrassing and I'm ashamed of it. And I don't want them to look at me differently. So I didn't ask anybody for any letters of support.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Mr. Mirvish, just one from me. You noted that you've been sober since your OWI in 2019, and I see you completed some AODA treatment. I'm guessing that was court ordered with the OWI, but how do you maintain your sobriety? Do you go to meetings? What do you do today?
I was fighting addiction for years and tried to quit many times. And the last time it just, I was finally able to overcome it. Addictions runs in my family until it ran into me, I say. I finally beat that demon.
Okay. I guess I appreciate that. I'm curious if there are specific things that you do. You're not the only person with an OWI or with addiction issues that, we see before the board or that is watching today, I'm sure. So just wondering if there are any specific things that you do to maintain that sobriety.
No, I just want it. I just want to be sober. I'm over it.
Fair enough. Thank you. Any other
You're
questions
welcome.
from the board? Eric?
Board will make its recommendation today, and obviously the governor will have the final decision over your request for a pardon. But the Milwaukee County District Attorney's Office did review your application and supports it. How does that make you feel?
It makes me feel grateful. I didn't know that until now. Yeah, that's humbling. That's wonderful.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
I appreciate your time, Mr. Mirvish, and hope you enjoy the rest of your day.
Yeah, you guys too. Thank you for your time. Have a good weekend.
Thank you. Next up, we have Kenneth Houston. Mr. Houston. We can't hear you, Mr. Houston. You do look like you're unmuted, but we're not hearing you.
Good morning.
There we go.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Yes, hi. My name is Kenneth Houston. The charge that I was charged with was failure to pay child support back in 1990. The sentence was 3 years of probation. I completed that and did everything I needed to do. And after that, I took up a course with WRTP machining, machining course, completed that. I've been doing that now for 20 years. And I also paid all my arrears. I don't owe the state of Wisconsin anything for my child support. Basically, I was just trying to get a pardon because the felony on my record, I feel like I shouldn't have never got it. I don't know what happened. I don't know the process. I accepted my responsibility and I completed everything I needed to complete. Basically, I just was looking to get a pardon to get the felony off my record. I feel like I complied with everything. I paid all my arrears. I did everything I was supposed to do. And I was just looking to get a pardon to just clear my record. It's kind of messed up when you apply for certain jobs, you can't get a job because of that felony. And it's like now I'm just trying to get rid of it so I can just go on with my life.
Thank you, Mr. Houston. We'll open it up to questions from the board. Cindy.
Good morning, Mr. Houston. So you failed to make child
morning.
support to your daughter, who would have been around 2 and 3 years old at the time, correct?
Yes.
Okay. You never mentioned her in your application. You've never mentioned her today. I'm sure she was impacted, and the mother was impacted by your lack of financial support. Can you speak to that?
Yeah, sure, I can. Well, to be honest with you, after this was filed, I think 2 years later, she passed of cancer. Me and her had a conversation before she died. It was supposed to be that whatever happened, she was going to still be involved with me. But once she passed, the family just vanished. I couldn't find her. I didn't find my daughter until she was 17, and we've been in contact ever since.
So the mother of the child passed away?
Yes, she died of cancer.
Okay, I'm sorry to hear that.
Breast cancer.
So do you have a relationship with her today?
Yes, I do.
What is
She
that
lives
like?
in Waukesha. We have a pretty solid relationship. Matter of fact, she was up here in Milwaukee last weekend. We went out to eat and sat down and catched up on things. I usually talk to her like every other week.
Okay. My last question, and you heard me ask the previous applicant this, but as part of the process, letters of support for your application are encouraged, and you chose not to submit any. Can you tell us why not?
Once I did the application, I didn't really think about that. But I just felt like at the time when I completed the application, I was done with everything. I went through every process to take care of all my child support arrears. I complied with everything the courts wanted me to comply with. And I didn't think of doing it.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Mr. Houston, I just wanted to follow up on that. Can you tell us when you paid those child support arrears back?
I filed a Chapter 13. It was completed January of, I want to say 2023.
Okay, so that's a bankruptcy proceeding?
Yes.
Do you have
Everything was paid.
Do you know about how much of the arrears got paid either before that or as a result of that?
I think it was like 38,000.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions from the board? Eric.
The board will make its recommendation and the governor will have the ultimate decision over your request for a pardon. But the Milwaukee County District Attorney's Office did review your application and supports it. How does that make you feel?
It makes me feel good. It was something that I was trying to do earlier, but you know, I didn't know about the Chapter 13, the way you can pay your child support back. I didn't know anything about it till a friend did it, and he told me about it, and I was like, what? So yeah, it feels good just to get that off of me. I mean, I still have a great relationship with my kids, but it was kind of, the felony was just kind of irritating me because I am a very responsible person. I've always been responsible. I had a few setbacks, but I bounced back, and I'm just happy that this is finally happening.
All right. Thank you.
Any
You're
other
welcome.
questions from the board? Okay, thank you for your time today, Mr. Houston. I appreciate it and hope you enjoy the rest of your day.
You too. Thank you so much.
Okay, and our last applicant of the morning session is Tyler Hacker. Mr. Hacker.
Good morning.
Good morning.
I would like to start by saying thank you for meeting with me, and I appreciate your time and consideration. I'm applying for a pardon regarding two offenses. The first offense, which is a burglary, happened when I was 16. This was a very dark time in my life. I was introduced to drugs at a very young age, and I was drinking heavily. On the night this crime took place, my friends and I were going around just causing trouble, and we ended up at a church. First, we went in, found the kitchen, started eating. Then we looked around and took a handful of things, including like a laptop and a speaker. Originally, I was given 2 months in jail with 3 years probation with a hold open agreement. About a year later, I got into a fight, and that violated my hold open agreement. So then I was resentenced on the felony and given 5 more years of probation. The night of the second offense, it happened in October of 2012. I was 19. My friends and I were drinking and using drugs, and the idea came up to go steal from cars to get some money. While we were out, a friend of mine found a firearm in a car. The next day, the police raided the house that we were staying at, and none of us would say who took the gun, so all 3 of us got charged with it. While in jail, my probation officer put me in a program called Recap. In this program, we did AODA, critical thinking classes. I obtained my HSED, and as part of the program, we would write letters to the victims that were not sent to them just to confront the mistakes that we had made. I was released from that. I completed that program and then was released from jail after I was sentenced on the second offense. And I was in jail for 9 months while going through court. So they gave me time served and 3 years of probation. I continued to use drugs for about 8 months after that till the day before my 21st birthday when I had a cocaine-induced overdose. That gave me a heart attack. And after that night, I realized I had to make a change. That was a huge turning point for me. I started using the skills I learned from the Recap program to stay sober. 3 months after my heart attack happened, my wife got pregnant with my first son, and then he ended up being born on the 1-year anniversary of my heart attack, the day before my 22nd birthday. And then with that just kind of solidified that I was on the right track and I had to keep doing what I was doing, and I would never go back to my old life. Then I had no problems with probation the last 3 years, and then I completed my probation in February of 2017. I had a second son in July of 2017, and I bought my first house at the age of 24 in August of 2017. In 2018, I started my own business, first building houses, and then I started installing gutters and siding. Over the next few years, I just slowly remodeled my house and focused on supporting my family, running my business, and my sobriety. I decided in 2022 to get a more stable job. So I started trucking school, and I got a job doing over-the-road trucking. I've been at my current job for 3 years now. I am on the road 4 to 5 days a week, and I spend my weekends with my wife and children. My sons are now 10 and 8, and we spend most weekends going to soccer games or swim meets or whatever sports they're in at the time. We volunteer for their sports organizations, either setting up or cleaning up before and after games, doing fundraisers. My wife works at a mental health facility, so we do some volunteer work for them as well. Most recently, we helped run a booth for a suicide prevention walk. Uh, I recently started going back to school and I'm pursuing a bachelor's degree in business management. I do that on the nights and weekends when I'm on the road and stuff. I'm doing that so I can get a better paying job where I can be home with my family more because it's kind of hard being on the road 4 to 5 days a week. In April, I will have 12 years of sobriety. Um, and I think I deserve a pardon because I'm no longer the person I was when I committed these crimes. I have put in an immense amount of work into becoming a better person. I understand and take accountability for the things that I've done, and I will continue to do better for myself, but I'm ready to move on with the next chapter in my life. Um, what I really want to do is either join the DNR, become game warden, help protect wildlife. I've just never really seen that as an option before. So if I am able to get a pardon, I will kind of switch gears and start doing that. Thank you. That's all I got.
Sorry, now I'm muted. Cindy.
So a couple of questions. Just I really appreciated in your application that you talked about the impact on the victims and your empathy for how their lives were impacted. And maybe as a homeowner now and having kids, you feel that a little more. So thank you for that. And you were fairly young. I mean, you were 16 on the first felony and 19 on the second, and you had quite a bit of restitution and you paid it all off. How did you manage to do that?
I just worked. After I had my heart attack, I put all my focus into my kids and my work, and I saved up and was able to buy my first house when I was 24. We remodeled that house, sold it, and we actually just bought a much nicer house last year.
Good for you. And then you mentioned April will be 12 years. How do you maintain your sobriety?
Mainly I have a very supportive and loving wife that is a great help with that. She knew we were dating when I was going through those issues, and she was my girlfriend when I had the heart attack. So that kind of helped her with her sobriety. So we just kind of rely on each other. I do go to therapy still. I maintain going to therapy twice a month. And my therapist helps with that. And plus focusing on my children. I mean, they're my whole world. They're a great help with staying on the right track. So
okay, thank you.
Any other questions from the board? Eric.
Thank you for taking the time to talk with us today. The board will make its own recommendation, and the governor will have the final decision about your request for a pardon. But the Rock County District Attorney's Office did review your application for a pardon and supports it. How does that make you feel?
That makes me feel great, honestly, just knowing that they have the belief in me that I am a changed person, that they would support that. Just a great feeling.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Hacker. I think that covers it then. Appreciate your time and hope you enjoy your weekend.
Yeah, you too. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Mr. Hacker was our last applicant of the morning session. So at this time, I will entertain a motion to move into closed session pursuant to Wisconsin statute section 19.85 sub 1 A, D, and F for purposes of deliberations concerning specific cases before the board, considering specific applications and financial, medical, social, and personal histories of specific persons. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Eric, do I have a second?
Second.
Cindy, all in favor? Aye.
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 All opposed? Motion's unanimous, and board members will ask you to give me just a moment to get our live stream stopped before we begin closed session. Good afternoon, everyone. If you're just joining us from the Zoom waiting room here, we're going to give everyone a minute to get connected to audio, get our live stream going, and we'll get started very shortly with our afternoon session. Okay, I think we've got everyone in and we are live. So we'll go ahead and get started. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Mel Barnes. I am the Governor's Chief Legal Counsel and the Chair of his Pardon Advisory Board. I'm going to introduce you to my fellow board members. Then I'm going to go through a couple housekeeping items about how the hearing will run, and then we'll get started hearing from all of you. So with us in Zoom, we have board member Cindy O'Donnell, who served as the Deputy Secretary for the Department of Corrections under Governors Thompson, McCallum, and Doyle. She also served as a division administrator under Attorneys General Lautenschlager and Van Hollen. We have board member Nadia Perez-Reyes, who is the Deputy Secretary for the Department of Children and Families. She previously worked as a state public defender and as an attorney for Legal Action of Wisconsin. And we have board member Eric Liberator, who teaches paralegal students from around the world in the University of Cincinnati's online program. He previously served as a supervising attorney at Disability Rights Wisconsin, focusing on public benefits eligibility. We will go ahead and just run through how the hearing will work. So first thing to note is today's hearing is being live streamed via Wisconsin Eye and YouTube. For that reason, we'll ask you to keep yourself muted and your video off until it is your turn to be heard by the board. We will call folks up in the order listed on the agenda in open meetings notice. If you're having issues with the Zoom, any sort of tech support issues, and we need to come back to you, we will do that. If you can't get unmuted or something, someone from the team will give you a call and help you troubleshoot. Each applicant will have about 5 minutes with the board total. We'll ask you to spend the first 3 of those minutes speaking to the questions you were sent in advance of today's hearing. As a reminder, those are to first, please give us a brief summary of the offense you're seeking a pardon for and how your sentence went. Second, a brief summary of what you've done since the completion of your sentence, including community involvement, employment, essentially where you're at now in your life and how it's different than the time of your offense. And third, a brief statement about why you're seeking a pardon and why you think the governor should grant you one. Once you're done spending about 3 minutes speaking to those questions, we'll open it up to any follow-up questions the board may have for you. We've spent quite a bit of time with your application materials, and as you know, those are very thorough, so don't read too much into it if we don't have questions for you. But if there are questions, we want to make sure that we get to them so the board can make a thorough recommendation to the governor. Once you're done with any follow-up questions we have for you, you're welcome to sign off and leave the Zoom hearing. And once everyone's been heard, the board will meet in closed session to decide whether or not to recommend your application to Governor Evers. You need a majority support of board members present in order for your application to be forwarded to the governor, who will then make a final decision on whether to grant or reject your application. Either way, you'll hear about the outcome of today's hearing in about a month to a month and a half from today. I know that that is a little bit more time. We thank everyone for their patience just getting to this spot. We know how long that it has been since many of you have sent in your applications. We thank you for that additional time just to make sure we can get a thorough recommendation to the governor. So with that, we will go ahead and get started with our first applicant of the afternoon, which is Michelle Jackson. Ms. Jackson. Oh, you're muted still, Ms. Jackson.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay. Sorry, this is the introduction, correct? Great. I do the introduction now?
Just those 3 questions we sent you in advance. Yep, go
Okay,
right
so
ahead.
I wrote it out. So
Perfect. Yep.
just because it's easier. But first, I want to thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak with you today. My name is Michelle Jackson, formerly Michelle Spilios, which is what it was under. I'm here to respectfully ask for your consideration of a pardon regarding the felony charges from 2004 involving the misappropriation and false identification. At that time in my life, I made sorry, I switched. The mistake happened more than 20 years ago. I take full responsibility for it. I was young, overwhelmed by divorce, the responsibility of raising children, 4 of them alone. The University of Wisconsin student, I made a choice to accept a credit card from someone who claimed she was helping me to buy a bed for my girls. The choice to not ask any more questions was against everything I was raised to value. My father, who was retired from the Wisconsin State Patrol, taught me integrity, honesty, respect for the law. All of those things were expected, they were not optional. When I made my mistake, I not only broke the law, but I let down the values he spent his whole life instilling in me. I've carried that disappointment with me ever since. And it's one of the reasons why I work so hard to rebuild myself into someone worthy of trust and respect. Over the past years, 2 decades, I've built a life defined by responsibility, accountability. I currently work as a compliance officer for a Class 2 medical device manufacturer in Las Vegas, which I guide our company through regulatory requirements, international certifications. My career is centered around ethics, accuracy, transparency, patient safety. Every day I'm responsible for ensuring that the products that we create meet the standards to protect people and their lives. In a way, my job requires the same integrity and discipline my father modeled throughout my life. The same principles that I once failed to uphold, I take that responsibility very seriously. Outside of work, I'm a mother of a large family. I have 3 teenagers at home, now 3 adult children living in Philadelphia, and 1 currently deployed in the United States Air Force. Who knows where he is right now? They have only ever known me as a reliable, stable, and a law-abiding parent. I work hard to model those values that I want them to live by: honesty, humility, responsibility, service. My family is my foundation and the greatest motivation behind my request for a pardon. A pardon does not erase my mistake in any way, and I am not asking for that. I'm asking for a chance to move forward without the weight of a decades-old decision that limited my opportunities now. Particularly as I continue advancing in my career, which is a heavily regulated industry. You know, the FDA, all the ISOs, background checks are standard. It would allow me to fully serve in my professional role as our company expands globally, which is what we're going for right now, to continue to provide stability and opportunity for my family as well. So I know this board doesn't take its responsibility lightly. I am sincerely grateful for your time and your consideration. I hope you can see that the person I am today, both professionally and personally, is far removed from the young woman who made the mistakes in 2004. For over 20 years, I've lived in a way that reflects growth, accountability, and a genuine commitment to integrity.
Thank you, Ms. Jackson. We'll open it up to questions from the board. Board members? Cindy.
Good afternoon, Ms. Jackson. So your statement in your application about the crime and your statement here today does not match at all the criminal complaint. There were 3 victims in the criminal complaint. There were numerous credit cards that were taken. You were apparently a clerk at Stop and Go, and there was some speculation that you retained people's credit cards when they went into the Stop and Go. So would you care to address that?
Yeah, that's where I met the girl that was supposedly helping me, worked with me at the same time. So it was at Stop and Go that I worked. And I didn't really ask any questions as far as I took it as she was trying to help me, and I didn't ask the questions that I probably should have at that time. So I don't know why it wouldn't miss. I don't understand why it would mismatch.
Oh, it mismatches quite dramatically. You say basically that someone offered to help you out and you went and took their credit card without checking with them first to buy a bunk bed. That's
Right.
not the extent of the crime in the criminal complaint. There were
Right.
books purchased from the bookstore at MATC where you were a student. There were 3 people's credit cards that were taken. I mean, we're not here to retry the case, but we're looking for transparency.
Right. I appreciate that. I completely appreciate that. That at that point she was helping me out. The bunk bed was one of those because I didn't have a bed for my children. I was also a student at the time. And I mean, I should have asked where, or I guess the background of where she obtained the credit cards. As far as personally actually taking the credit cards, I did not. I took them from her, but I didn't really ask any questions that I should have.
Okay, thank you.
Other questions from the board? Ms. Jackson, just one from me. It looks like from our records that you paid the restitution that was ordered in your criminal case. There are a couple of small claims cases that show up between 2007 and 2021. Those are obviously not criminal matters, but I'm just wondering if there's anything you can tell us about those or if you've made payments on those.
The criminal cases? You said they're criminal cases?
No, I'm sorry, they're not criminal cases. They're small claims court judgments.
Okay, there was a couple things. I have since moved from Wisconsin. I'm in Las Vegas now. Some of the small claims that kind of were that I gained in Wisconsin when I was there were pretty much in connection with housing. So there was a couple of, I'm sorry, I don't know a lot of the lingo with the court and small claims and civil and those things, but like I had a hard time with keeping my vehicle registered correctly, keeping my housing stable. I had a lot of, because I was not having a good time with finding employment. So I was jumping from employment to employment until I re-evaluated everything and kind of took a different direction. So as far as I know, I can look into that to see if there is any existing small claims or civil, the cases that you're speaking of. I believe a lot of those were resolved before I left. So unless there was something that maybe I had lost communication with from moving across the country, I can definitely look into it more. Maybe there's some residual things that I might have missed. But as far as criminal apps, I know I have not gotten in any kind of criminal trouble, I guess, unless driving or traffic is considered criminal.
We don't see anything criminal. I want to be clear about that. And it's possible that court records just haven't been updated. Like I said, some of these are from 2008, 2009. But they are all with Dane County if you want to follow up with the court there.
Okay, I will for sure, because I definitely don't want unresolved things going on.
Any other questions from the board? Okay, I think that covers them, Ms. Jackson. Thank you so much for your time today, and I hope you enjoy your weekend.
Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Bye.
Next up, we have Joshua Adelson. Mr. Adelson.
Hi there. Can you see me yet?
We can hear you. We can't see you.
Sure.
There we go.
Okay. Good afternoon. So do you want me to start the introduction then, and for my pardon case?
Yeah, if you could just speak to those 3 questions we spent you in advance, and then we'll see if the board has follow-up questions for you.
Sure. So I received a felony conviction back in 2015, which is about 10 years ago, the day before Halloween. I obviously was not thinking clearly or anything that day because I didn't have a registered vehicle or a license at that time, and I should not have been driving on the road that night. So I was at a McDonald's in Sun Prairie, and they called me in saying that I was having erratic driving or something like that. And so I eventually had an officer come up behind me, pull me over. Well, we got into a brief chase because I knew that I was at fault for not having a registered vehicle or a license at that time. And so we got into a brief chase around the city of Sun Prairie, where I eventually ended up wrecking my vehicle. And after about a 30-mile chase, and I highly regret that. I should not have been behind the wheel. That's probably one of the big ones that I'm trying to get cleared off my record. Other than that, I do have a substantial battery from 2008 that included one of my ex-girlfriends that I was living at the time. We were sharing a common residence and we were looking to move out. And through that, I came home one night after working a long, hard day to find her inebriated, and we started to get into a verbal altercation, at which time I left and then came back, only to find out that it was only going to get worse from there on. I should have been more reasonable with her. So she also ended up ripping the shirt off my back. We get into a physical confrontation where the cops are called, and she pretty much ripped the shirt off my back. I was trying to defend myself, but seeing as I couldn't get out of there in time, I had to push her away. And we no longer live together or anything like that. The other couple of cases that I had were probably back from 2003 with a mistreatment of animals. I was living in a trailer park with one of my ex-girlfriends at the time. And we were living in this trailer park, and one night I left some garbage on the steps, and we had 3 dogs come about, and we could not get back into our trailer, or we did get back in the trailer, but the dog kept on chasing us back in there. And so in my own stupidity, I brought out a shotgun. I was not trying to kill the animal, but it did lunge at me and the gun went off accidentally. But me falling backwards. And I think there's another one from 2005 or something for a rollover accident that was caused by snow and ice. And in that situation, we were driving up north. It was snowy out. We ended up hitting a big patch of black ice and rolling the vehicle, from which there I saved my girlfriend by having her tuck her head. And the truck rolled about 2 or 3 times there. And so I did have some motor vehicle violations there. Other than that, I've been on scene. It's been 10 years and I've been about 4 years sober now. So I've been taking alcohol AA meetings and NA meetings to help deter my drinking, because the last 10 years of just trying to figure out and piece my life back together, it has been a struggle. It is a lot of the history of my record is preventing me from moving forward in my current life now, and it's just holding me back. I would like, to thank the board and everybody that's listening to this. And the reasons why I was not as smart as I am today, my intelligence has grown, and I'd like to, be a better person, which I am for it. But yeah, a lot of the struggles that I had in my past, they're just preventing me from doing anything in the future. I have 2 kids, which I barely get to see as it is, because like the last 4 years of my life, I've been just constantly working, trying to rebuild it. Other than that, yeah, I got a stepdaughter, nephews and nieces that I take to practice games. And, you know, I just try to take steps to keep away from drinking and drugs because it ruined pretty much 10 years of my life. And so that's why I'm seeking this pardon. I'm hoping the board can find the grace to give to me for a pardon. And then, did you need another section? Any other questions?
I think we'll just open it up for other questions, Mr. Adelson. Before we dive into those, though, I want to note that in your application, you listed one of the reasons you were seeking a pardon as to have your voting rights restored.
Yeah.
We hear that from people not infrequently. So I just want to clarify for you and for anyone else who might be watching us on our live stream that generally in Wisconsin, you can vote once you finish your sentence, once you're fully off paper, even if you do have a felony conviction. So
Okay.
regardless of the outcome of today's hearing, I would encourage you to explore that because it's very likely that you're eligible to vote in the state.
Okay. Yeah.
With that, though, questions from the board for Mr. Adelson. Cindy.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good
One
afternoon.
of the parts of the application, it's strongly encouraged to submit letters of support, and you chose not to submit any. Can you tell us why not?
I apologize that I didn't submit any letters there, Miss Cindy. I was embarrassed and ashamed of my record history of my past actions. So I reached out to a support team and I should have had some letters ready to go. I was actually going to have the pastor here, but he couldn't make it today because he had other obligations to do. But yeah, I already had 3 recommendations. I tried asking my attorney if I could have sent them in the week prior to having this conference with you, but he didn't know if they would make it to you in time. So I have them, I could send them in if you do want the letters of recommendation.
Thank you.
Yep.
Other questions from the board? Eric.
As I reviewed your application, I saw that you had completed anger management. Was that part of your sentence in one of the misdemeanor cases?
Well, for actually 3 of them. So I've had to go through AOAD treatment 3 times. One for the 2015 felony eluding. That I had to do anger management, stress management classes, AA, NA. The 2008 case with my ex-girlfriend and the domestic situation, I had to do that for that case also. And then the 2003 conviction for the mistreatment of animals, I also had to do AODA and anger management training again. So,
All right.
yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Other questions from the board? Mr. Adelson, to speak to your comment about the letters, if you're able to email those to us, we can try to distribute them to the board while we finish the hearing this afternoon. It's obviously really helpful to have those in advance when folks are reviewing your application materials. But if you do have them handy, you can email them to that email address that reached out to you about scheduling today's hearing.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And with that, I think it covers all our questions. So I hope you enjoy the rest of your day.
All right. Thank you.
Our next applicant is Timothy Wasella. Mr. Wasella. Mr. Wasella, do we have you in the Zoom with us? Okay, we will come back to Mr. Wasella if we get him to join. And in the meantime, we will move on to Greta Miller. Ms. Miller.
Here, I'm working on it. Here we go. I think I'm here.
There we are.
Hi. So I'm Greta Miller. I'm seeking a pardon for multiple felony cases that I stacked up in the means of between 2005 and 2008 was my last one. Over a drug addiction, a meth addiction. Obviously I was not in a clear mind to make any decisions at that time, let alone one of to be doing drugs. So I mean, there's a few of them and I can go through them if you want me to, but I don't know if you really want me to dredge that so much because I know I was pretty thorough on my application.
I think we'd like to
But
hear a little bit from you in your own words, what happened, if you want to talk about it, just kind of what was going on in your life at one time. You don't need to go through every detail.
okay. In 2004, I was introduced to methamphetamines from an acquaintance of mine, and it kind of spiraled from there. I was going through some custody stuff with my son. And inevitably he, went to he went to go live with his dad because his dad got custody of him. I do know my first manufacturing delivery of methamphetamines. I don't know how they got a manufacturer in there, all honestly, because I delivered it. I sold it to somebody. I sold it to a confidential informant. But I didn't make it. So I'm like, I don't know how that ended up, but because of where I was at and everything else, I just took my sentence, got a year from there. And then, in between that, I racked up some more. The theft of high dollar out of Eau Claire is party to a crime. I took in scrap metal, which I thought was scrap metal. The guy at the time I was dating anyway. And that's how I got that charge. And I got a possession when I was doing my year in jail, year in county I got for my first conviction. Because I obviously wasn't ready to get sober yet. So I got a possession while I was in jail. Got out of jail for, I don't know, 6-9 months, something like that. Ended up running into an old acquaintance and just went right back down the same spiral. I didn't have custody of my son. I didn't really have a place to go. And so I just sunk deeper. So when I was let out in June of 2007, I was, like I said, good for a couple months. By 2008, I found myself back into jail again. I was stealing some boots from Fleet Farm, if you want complete honesty, which then in turn got me a possession of methamphetamines again, because I brought it into the jail. At that point, I think I had 4 felonies already. This was my 5th. I went into court and I told Judge Lindell that I just, let's get this over with. Let's get me sentenced. We already know I did it. I'm not trying to deny it. And that's when they offered me drug court. And if I didn't get drug court, I would end up in prison. And I really, really, really did not want to go there. So I did the drug court program. And I successfully completed that. I think I completed that in I think it was 1.5 years, so 18 months. I completed it in 22 months, I believe. I had a hiccup about, not necessarily lying, but who I was hanging around with, because they didn't want me dating the guy that I was dating. And I just didn't see it their way because, well, I still wanted it my way. But inevitably it happened. We stopped talking, which was fine because we're still not even, it's not like we're together now. And by the time I graduated drug court in 2010, I was like, okay, being sober. I went into it thinking that had to be just sober for 1.5 years. That's all I had to do. And I came out of it going, all right, well, now what do I do? Because I don't want to go back to that life. I was living at my mom's, and my mom had inherited a trailer, and so I was actually able to move out to my own place. And then a year after that, I bought a house. So in 2013, I bought a house, and I've been living here since then. And I got married. I met a guy in 2012 who really was very supportive. I met him in AA, and he is my rock. He's helped me out with a lot of things, and he doesn't judge me. Sorry. So since I graduated drug court, I go to meetings, I do what I need to do. I talk to people, I have a sponsor, I sponsor people, I support people, not, support them in their recovery. And as for my work history, it's been a struggle. I've been able to maintain jobs, but it's difficult to do so because of the felonies. And so I've maintained, I've maintained working at least. I pay my bills. But I feel like there's something missing. I need something that I want to do. I want to give back, or I want to go into nursing, or I want to go into some kind of schooling. But because of me going and getting my CNA in 2011, and I did the schoolwork, I did the clinicals, I went and took the test, passed the test, and I couldn't find anybody to hire me. So over the years, I try to stay with jobs, and I try to stick with them. And the one I'm at right now is great. I love what I do. I got my Class B license. I drive and make deliveries every day. I live in River Falls and work in River Falls, and it's really convenient. But I don't feel completed. So I'm asking the board for a pardon so I can maybe fulfill things that I have not been able to fulfill.
Thank you, Ms. Miller. We can open up to other questions from the board members. I have one for you, Ms. Miller, to get us started. It looks like you were ordered to pay restitution as part of your sentence. And when you were close to finishing your probation, it looks like it appears that some of it was converted to a civil judgment. Can you tell us if that's been paid?
So I don't think so. I have not gotten any kind of paperwork on that either. I don't know. I don't know what happened to it. Because I was asking myself that the other day. I don't remember what happened. I don't know, because I've not gone to court for it or anything.
Okay. Do you know about how much you paid when you were making payments of your restitution?
Oh, heavens, no. That was 20. Yeah, that's like 15 years ago or so.
Understand.
I'm lucky to remember everything that I remember, and mainly I remember it because it was so detrimental to me, especially losing custody of my son, which I gained back, thank goodness, when I did get sober. And goodness, he turned out way better than I could have ever imagined. But yeah, so as for the restitution, yes, I'm not sure. I can check into it, but I'm really not sure why I want to, because I'm not moved out of the county. I'm in the same county that I've lived in, that I've done bad things in, that I've done the jail time in. So they know where to find me.
Yeah, fair enough.
They have my address on file, and I would assume that I would get something in the mail. If I'm wrong, then help me, I guess.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Miller. Any other questions? Cindy?
Yeah, good afternoon, Ms. Miller. Thanks for sharing your story. This isn't the easiest forum for which to do that, but we appreciate you being here today. And congratulations on your sobriety and then giving back to others. But you mentioned losing custody of your son and then getting back. What's your relationship with your son like today?
He's 24. He is a great kid. He actually still lives in my basement, but he's been working full time. He started working full time at Old Dominion when he was 20. He's on the dock. He loves what he does. He is such a dedicated worker that when things go wrong, he goes, "Mom, why do they gotta be this way?" Or, whatever. And I'm like, "Buddy, it's just something you just, so we have a really good relationship. We have, he struggles with our relationship more than I do because of the past. He remembers, gosh, it's so hard. He remembers the day that he was taken out of my apartment and he had to go live with his dad, and he struggles with that a lot.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Any other questions from the board? Okay, thank you, Ms. Miller. I think that covers it then. Appreciate your time and you sharing. As Cindy noted, we understand it's not always the easiest thing to do, so appreciate that. And
It's not the first time I've had to do this in front of people, so.
well, thank you for sharing and hope you enjoy your weekend.
You too, thank you.
I believe we have Mr. Wasella back with us in the Zoom. Mr. Wasella, if you're here, we're ready to hear from you.
Can you hear me now, or?
We can hear you, but you are cutting in and out a bit.
How do you? Don't tell me I'm gonna lose my signal. Can you all hear me?
We can hear you now. Why don't we go ahead and have you start, and I will interrupt you if we aren't able to get a good sound quality. You are muted though. Okay, there we go.
I am muted now.
Yes, go right ahead.
I'm sorry, I'm not very good with all this technology stuff. It's my first Zoom call. So
That's okay. We all have our
how would you like
struggles.
me to how would you like me to start?
So we'd like you to spend about
You
3
guys-
minutes speaking to those questions we sent you in advance of today's hearing. And then after you spend 3 minutes on those, we'll open it up and see if the board has follow-up questions for you.
All right. Well, back in '95, I was 18, being a dumb kid. Me and a few other kids that were running around, we went out and decided we was gonna go for a joyride, and made the mistake of going in a garage and taking a car. Got in trouble for it, and I panicked and did it again. Went to run away and compounded my troubles even worse. I wasn't thinking. I was young and dumb. I know it's not a good excuse, but it is the truth. As far as like my time, I was given a substantial number. I was in for a while. While I was in there, I did finish my education. I got my HSED. I did what I could to try and help other inmates with struggling in classes and whatnot. I took, the little counseling classes and everything else to try and better myself while I was in there. While I was locked up, I decided I wasn't doing that again. I've never gone back, so I never plan on ever going back. So that's the whole, I just want to really get my life all the way back in order. I want to have all my privileges and everything restored so I could possibly take my boys out hunting or doing other things like that with them. Not have to worry about, can I get into an apartment because of my prior history with the felonies? Because they look at all that stuff, and it's really hard to sometimes talk yourself into a place that's decent with kids and everything. I don't know what else I'm missing here. Sorry,
We can open it up to questions from the board, Mr. Wasella. I think that covered a lot of it. So board members, questions for Mr. Wasella. Cindy.
2 questions, sir. One, are you still employed as a meat cutter?
Oh yeah, I'm sorry. I've kept the job ever since I've gotten out. I've never failed in that aspect. Right now, I'm actually at work right now. I had to take a break so I could do this, but I got to go back to work afterward.
I'm sure
My
we
boss
won't-
is nice enough to let me skip out on them for a little bit. So
But is that what you do? You're a meat cutter?
yeah, yes.
Okay.
We're full processing, so that's the other reason it would be nice, because I have other opportunities for slaughtering of animals like buffalo and stuff. If I could get firearms back, stuff like that. You got to use a 30-30 with a buffalo, so I can't touch buffalo because I don't have them rights.
Right. My second question is, I'm sorry, go ahead.
Just saying that there's room for me to opportunity to move forward in my career as well, with getting rid of some of that stuff.
Understood. My second question is, as part of the application process, it's encouraged to submit letters of support for your application, and you chose not to submit any. Can you tell us why not?
I wasn't really sure, like, what kind of letters would that have been? I don't really understand what I had help when I was doing my application with a friend of mine. I have learning disabilities. I have a lot of trouble reading and writing. So I had a
Oh,
friend
people,
working with me and going through it.
sure, people submit letters of recommendation from all kinds of people in their lives, their family, their employer, their neighbors. It could be anyone who's able to tell us, you want us to see who you are today, not who you were back when you committed these crimes. And that helps us see who you are. So people put in all kinds, their church, their minister. I mean, I could give you 1,000 examples of letters. That's up to you who you should have sent in.
I don't really have anybody on. Sorry about that. I got work, and that's really all I do is work and my kids, my
Okay,
girlfriend. That's all I
Thank you.
focus on. Sorry.
Other questions from the board? Mr. Masala, just a couple from me. It looks like at the time that you finished your sentence, you still owed about $2,500 in restitution. Do you know, have you paid that since? Do you know how much is left?
It's all been paid off for a few years now. It should have been.
Okay.
I went through the clerk of courts in Shawano and all that. It took me a long time to finally be able to get it all paid off.
But you paid that back more recently, like a couple years ago, you said?
Yeah.
Okay. Thank
Probably
you.
within the past 5 years now, I want to say.
Okay.
My kid's going on 5 years old. I want to say I finished paying that just before he was born.
Got it. Okay, thank you. And then you talked about you mentioned firearm rights with connection to your employment a little bit. Do you own any guns?
No, I don't have anything like that. That's why it would be nice to be able to explore them options. I'm not willing to, like I said, I'm not willing to go back to prison. I'm not breaking any laws. It's not going to happen.
Got it. Thank you. Any other questions from the board? Okay, I think that covers it then, Mr. Vasella. Appreciate your time. We'll let you get back to work and hope you enjoy your weekend.
All right, so I can get off here now?
You can. You're welcome to log off and just go enjoy your day.
All right. Thank you. You guys have a good day.
You too. Okay, next up we have Chantrice Brown, Miss Brown.
Hello. Hi, can you guys hear me through this microphone? I heard I got a lot of feedback, static. Is
We
it a
can
lot
hear
of
you
static?
just fine, yeah.
Okay. Okay. Hi, my name is Chantrice Brown, and I am coming to well, thank you for considering my application and for hearing me today. I'm kind of nervous. This is a big platform. It's kind of intimidating. So I'm going to speak from my heart. And if you see me looking down, my camera is right here, but it seems like I'm looking down. So I'm sorry. I am trying to make eye contact. So I am coming to request pardon for it was actually 1994, but the conviction says 1995. For forgery, uttering party to a crime. Back in 94, it was 4 of us it's Marshall Fields, but it's now Macy's. So it was a couple, a girl, a female and a male. I don't want to give their names because I don't know so it was a female and a male. They were at the counter and they were writing checks. And I guess the cashier was wondering why the guy didn't sign the check because it was in the male's name, why the guy didn't sign the check and the female did. And so later on, a couple months later, I don't know if it was months later, I don't remember the timeline. It was like 30 years ago. The Wauwatosa police reached out to her. She wasn't cooperative, so she gave my name. They came to my house. They told me to meet them. I met them up there. They asked what happened. I, at that time, did not sign any check. I was with them, standing on the pillar, and I accepted my responsibility. I was party to the crime. I was there. I was a young mother of 3 at that time. She advised me if I go, she would give my kids some clothes. It was around Christmas time. And I was ignorant, I was young, I was unemployed. Ignorance is not an excuse for wrong behavior. I knew right from wrong. Um, and so immediately when I went and sat down, I accepted my sentence. They gave me 3 years probation with a joint and several restitution. I think that's what it's called. It was paid off. Um, at that time, I really didn't understand the severity of a felony versus a misdemeanor. And I was young. I think I was 20, 21. I didn't understand how the consequences behind my actions, even though I didn't at that time sign a check. I was there. I was party to a crime. And again, I knew right from wrong. I didn't understand the severity of a felony that was on my name. And it's like a blood stain. Like you have a blood stain on your favorite shirt, and over the years, you try to get it out, and it gets lighter and lighter and lighter, but it never goes away. Um, so, and then in 1997, it's not a felony, but it was a misdemeanor of receiving stolen property. Again, I was trying to provide for my children. I was a young mother of three. Their father was incarcerated. Um, again, it was ignorance. It was just ignorance on my behalf. Um, I knew it was wrong. I shouldn't have done it. Um, I know now in this grown age that if I can't provide, well, my kids are grown now, but I know now if I can't buy it on my own, or if I can't provide for my kids, I don't need it, or they don't need it until I can provide for them on, in uh, a legal way. And then in 2025, nope, not 2025, I'm sorry, 2015, I have it's a misdemeanor, disorderly conduct, domestic abuse. I was in a long-term abusive relationship, toxic. Um, and at that time, I was trying to help him. His mother passed away. He was drinking and driving. We got home. I was trying to stop him from going out to drink and drive. He became belligerent and trying abusive, and I called the police. And so the police came. I got disorderly conduct. I had to get my neighbors in. So they did come down and testify on my behalf, but I just pleaded to a disorderly conduct. I didn't even know the severity of the domestic abuse part because I wasn't the abuser, he was. But again, I'm not blaming anybody. I blame me because I allowed myself to be in an abusive relationship, and I should have sought help to get out of it. I learned. I did go to counseling, wiser choices. I thought of the critical thinking part, and the counselor said, you have to think about yourself. Trying to stop somebody else from making a bad decision, they have to worry about them. I was too busy worried about him not drinking and driving, his safety, but I was the one who got in trouble. So now I'm just like, oh, she said if he would have left and crashed into a tree, that was the choice he made. So now he got away scot-free, and I got a disorderly conduct, domestic abuse on but I'm out of that relationship. Thank God he delivered me from that. I'm free from that. Since then, I do have my bachelor's degree from Carter Fish University. I work for AT&T. I've been with the company for 22 years. I'm an advocate, volunteer at my church and for employee resource group. So I volunteer at Repairs on the Breach. I do a grocery giveaway at the church. It's every second Friday and Sunday. Um, and and I want to help young mothers that feel they're in a situation where they can't provide for their children. I do want to let them know that there's other ways to provide than going the wrong way out of desperation. I know as mothers and as parents, we are providers and we want to do the best we can for our children, but it's a different way to do it. Sometimes you got to swallow your pride. And I think at that time I was young and I was like, oh, I can take care of my kids. I was young, I was dumb. I made the wrong choices and didn't know. And this followed me for 30 years. The guilt, the shame, the embarrassment. It's just, and then I had to forgive myself first. I had to forgive myself for even allowing myself to go through this. And after I forgave myself, I feel good about it. I faithfully employed. I've been with the company for 22 years. I did have a in-home daycare, you know, going through that transition. My mother passed away. It was a lot. My brothers passed away. I was in a dark place in my life. But, I'm happy. I got my joy back. And I feel that this is the one thing that can give me complete freedom and my dignity back. Everybody wants rights for firearms. I don't. I want my dignity back. You know, it's just because I dealt with this for 30 years, this guilt, the shame, the holding it in. And then another important part is September of last year, my job did a surplus. And I was one that got surplus, and they offered me a job in Illinois. So I drive to Oak Brook, Illinois every day for work. So when I was looking for a place, one thing they asked you was your background information. So it was difficult for me to find a place because of that. So I've been driving back and forth for a year. December 9th, it'd be a year, but I finally just got a place. I get my keys December 1st. But that thing, just because something that happened 30 years ago, that will hinder you from doing your best now. Now I walk with integrity, with faith. I gave myself completely surrendered myself to the Lord. I got baptized again in 2003. Nothing in this world can make me ever go back to do anything that I know that's going to hinder my freedom, that's going to make me walk not with integrity, that's going to make my children look bad, my grandchildren. I'm a role model to my children and my grandchildren. And I always tell them, one bad decision can change your life in a split second. And these bad decisions changed my life. It didn't stop me. It didn't stop me from providing. It didn't stop me from being a homeowner. It didn't stop me from being a business. It just changed. It hindered me in some points. And I could
Thank
just
you, Ms.
remember.
Brown. I don't want to cut you
I'm
off.
sorry. I'm
But
sorry.
I do want to make sure we get to questions from the board.
Okay. Can I just say
Board
one more thing, one last thing? And one thing that really hurt me with this is when my mother passed away, my mother and my brother, I couldn't even be a guardian to them when they were in hospice because of this that was on my name. And that really was, it was hurting. I'm sorry, I probably over talked and I missed some points, and I'm sorry. So
That's okay. We
I'm
spent quite a
nervous.
bit of time with your application as well. So I just wanted to make sure that there are no burning questions from the board before we move on. Eric?
Yes, good afternoon, Ms. Brown. Thank you for taking the time to talk with us today. The board will make its recommendation and the governor will have the final decision about your request for a pardon. But the Milwaukee County District Attorney's Office did review your application and supports it. How does that make you feel?
It makes me feel good because again, it's one step closer to being completely free. And it's just showing that I'm not the person that I was in 1994, 1995. And when it's a Bible verse to say, when I was a child, I thought like a child, I acted like a child. But when I became a man, I'm a woman, I put away childish things. And that's in my past. That's not a part of me. That's not who I am. So I'm happy that you support the decision. And I hope you guys can as well. Thank you.
Appreciate your response to that.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Brown. I think that's it from us. Appreciate your time today and hope you enjoy your weekend.
Thank you. Same to you. Thanks for having me. So can I log off?
You can. Yep.
Have a great day.
Thank you. Next up, we have Ryan Braby. Mr. Braby.
Hello.
Hello.
Hi. All right. Hello, everyone. My name is Ryan Braby. I'd like to start off by saying thank you to everyone for your time and taking me into consideration for the governor's pardon. I was convicted for possession of a short-barreled shotgun at the age of 18. At the time of the incident, I was with two other individuals that got into an altercation with another group. Things got way out of hand, and unfortunately, it ended in gunfire. The shotgun I was charged with was in my vehicle at the time of the incident. However, I never used it. Unfortunately, one of the other individuals, a friend I grew up with since a young age, was murdered in this altercation. If I could go back to that day, I would have acted as a leader, not a follower, in hopes of changing the outcome. This incident changed my life forever with the realization that in an instant, this could negatively impact my life and those around me. I take full responsibility for my part in the incident. I was 17 years old at the time of the crime, and my maturity level was nowhere near where it should have been. I can only blame myself for allowing myself to get into that type of situation. During the investigation, I was completely honest and cooperative with the detectives, which ultimately led to my charges. I was sentenced to 1 year of incarceration and 4 years probation, which I successfully completed both. I feel this pardon is necessary for my growth as a man, a husband, and the father to my 2 children, as well as for the future of my business. I own and operate Foster Seasonal Services, a successful construction and landscaping company based out of Milwaukee. I started my business in 2013 out of a shed at my duplex with nothing but a couple push mowers, a beat up truck, and a drive to be something bigger and better. I now have 6 full-time employees, around 20 different subcontractor crews, which all rely on me for work to feed their families. I feel that my conviction hinders me from getting bigger contracts, working with certain agencies, marketing companies, and just the overall fear that a customer is going to, seek out my name and look at my criminal background and decide to go with somebody else based off of that. I'm happily married with a 16-year-old daughter, 8-year-old son. I would greatly appreciate this pardon to show my children that, yes, I made a mistake, but if you learn from your mistakes, life will give you a second chance to be a better person. I've changed in many, many ways since my conviction. I went to college, obtained my associate's degree. I stayed away from people who are not on a positive track in life and those that are still making negative and poor decisions. It's been over 20 years since my conviction. I've accomplished many things, being a family man, successful business owner, a landlord of multiple properties, providing housing for families while also providing for my own family. I attend church frequently, offer services to the elderly, provide many parishes around the area with our snow and landscaping services at a discounted rate. Overall, I just try to be the best person I can be and set the best example for my children and others who look up to me. As a business owner, I don't discriminate against felons and people with records. I actually offer them employment, my guidance, and an opportunity to learn new skills and a chance to turn their lives around like I did. Because I do remember the times when nobody would hire me based off of my background and past mistakes. And just want to, again, say I appreciate the board consideration towards granting me this pardon. I did want to add into that I just received this in the mail from the district attorney. I don't know if it got to you guys, but okay. I just got it like a day ago and I was like, oh, so.
Yeah, we do have in our files that we got that, and the district attorney supports your application for a pardon.
Thank you.
I'll open it for questions. Anything from the board? Cindy.
Just quickly, I appreciate the letters of support that you submitted, and you must be feel grateful to have those people in your life too. Because
I really do. I mean, again, I was such a young kid, not to make excuses for my actions because I'm better than that, but it's hard asking some of those people because some of them had no idea that I had a background. And these are people I do business with. I mean, a lot of different exchanges happened between us, and it really touched my heart that these people, that even like police officers and stuff,
exactly. And bravo to you for those are hard discussions to have. That's why I always ask. You hear me ask the other applicants who don't have those hard discussions. They're tough to have, but they are so valuable for us to see how you're living your life now. So thank you.
No, you're welcome. Thank you.
Other questions from the board? Well, very quickly, Mr. Brady, I just want to comment on another thing you said about hiring folks who have records now. I think we appreciate that. We get to see a lot of people who have really turned their lives around here as part of the board and get to see folks, everything that they've done on paper, but also get to see them now. And we hear all the time that other folks don't see them that way. So appreciate you giving folks another chance and how you're able to connect your experience to that.
Yeah, no, I just, I know how it is at that time, especially getting out of jail and just kind of being lost and not knowing where to go. And, we try to give people our chance. And, well, sometimes it doesn't work out, but oftentimes I have people right now that have worked for me, 2 guys that they've been working for me now for 5 years and they're doing great. And it's like, I'm happy to see that they're changing their lives. And it just makes me feel proud. So,
Yeah, that's really great to hear. Thank you. Well, thank you for your time today. I don't think we have any more questions for you, so hope that you enjoy your weekend.
you too. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, next up, we have James Bloodsaw Jr. Mr. Bloodsaw.
Hello. How you doing?
Great, how are you?
Pretty good, pretty good. My name is James Bloodsaw. I am asking to humbly request your consideration for a pardon. In October of 2005, I was charged with possession with intent to distribute cocaine. I take full responsibility for the choice I made during that period of my life. I carry deep regrets of those decisions, and I recognize the impact, excuse me, that could have on myself, my family, and my community. That moment is one I have never forgotten, and it have been a a reminder of the change I need to make in order to live integrity and purpose. Since completing my sentence, I dedicated my life to serving others, uplifting my community, and building something meaningful and positive. In 2018, I found Just Veggies, a plant-based restaurant and community center-based business in Madison. My journey into veganism began when my father was on his dying bed, excuse me, and he told me, don't end up like him. That moment changed me. I committed myself to improving my health, being a strong father to my children, and creating healthy and compassionate food and opportunities for my community. Over the years, Just Veggies has grown from a small vision into a business with local and state recognition. In 2023, I was only received the SBA Award for Entrepreneurship. I have a privilege of meeting, excuse me, Governor Tim Evans at the Rebic event at the Governor Mansion. And I work with organizations such as Operation Fresh Start, Drive to Succeed program. I have been blessed to feed children and adults experiencing hunger and hardship without question and without judgment. I believe everyone deserves nutrition and dignity and hope. More than 20 media articles have been written about Just Veggies and the work we do. Each one of them tells the same story. Not of perfection, but as transformation, resilience, and responsibility and service. I am a proud man. I am proud of the man I am today. I'm proud to be the father of my children can look up to now. And I'm proud to be the grandson and father of my father and my grandfather. And they would say he found his way. I'm requesting a pardon so that I can expand the ways that I continue giving. One of my deepest hopes is to work directly with the Dane County program. I want to share my story with individuals, who are currently where once I was. And I want them to see the change I want them to see that change is possible, that their life is not over, and that they can rewrite their history, just like I did. I do not seek a pardon to erase my past, but to continue to work without barriers and still remain because of it. I seek it in order to serve more, give more, and reach to people who need someone to believe in. Thank you for your consideration, your service, and your time.
Thank you, Mr. Bledsaw. Questions from the board? Eric.
Good afternoon. Thank you for taking the time to talk with us today. The board will make its own recommendation and the governor will have the final decision about your request for a pardon. But the Dane County District Attorney's Office did review your application and supports it. How does that make you feel?
Make me feel real good. I received that from my attorney the other day, and it's just such a blessing that I can continue to work with them in the jail and help other kids or adults who's going through the same thing that I went through.
Thank you for your answer.
Other questions from the board? Okay, I think that covers that, Mr. Bledsaw. Appreciate your time and hope you enjoy the rest of your weekend.
Thank you. You too.
Thank you. And next up, we have Damon Washington. Mr. Washington.
Yes, can you hear me?
We can hear you. We can't see you quite yet.
Okay.
There we go.
Hey, how you doing? Good afternoon. Well, my name is Damon Washington. I'm here trying to ask for a pardon for the cases. I have a marijuana case from October of 98, felony possession of a firearm from August of 2002, and another marijuana case from August of 2003. As far as the cases go, 98, I got caught with a half ounce of weed, had some weed in the car. It's me and my son's mother at the time was going to celebrate her birthday, which was September 30th. She supposed to put it up. She didn't. That's fine. Cool. It was my weed. I bought it for us. She come pick me up from work, working third shift in the morning, get pulled over. I didn't know the weed was in there. I thought she put it up. They found the weed. It's mine. Cool. I'm a felon. That's why I got the felon. At the time, I didn't get no probation or nothing. Judge, he read the rules. You're a felon. You can't possess a firearm. Now, at the time, I really thought that meant I can't buy a firearm. I can't have one. I didn't know that it meant you can't touch one. So getting to the firearm case, out at the club, with some friends. Dude, I know not a friend, associate, selling a gun. He showed me the gun. I looked at it. Later on, we go back to the house. Something happened. I think shots was fired, not from him, but police end up being around the corner at the gas station. They come around, they find a gun. They asked me, did I touch the gun or was it mine? I said, no, it wasn't mine, but I did admit to touching it because I felt my fingerprints was on it. So I was trying to be honest. And by me being a felon, I got arrested for that. And so when that happened, like I said, I feel like I was going to hire me a lawyer because I feel like I can beat it. It wasn't my gun. I wasn't in possession. And like I said, being ignorant because I didn't know that possession meant you can't even touch a gun at that time. So call me a lawyer. Lawyer tell me straight up, Mr. Washington, I'll take your money, but you're gonna lose the case. That's when he explained what all in details of a felon was. Because I'm like, oh, okay, cool. Got sentenced to 2 years, stayed sentenced, 3 years probation, didn't go to jail, no prison time. I did Hubert. While I on Hubert, year later, next August, out with my kids and my stepson, using my brother's car, gonna take them swimming. We go to Cool Waters. On the way coming back, just got my license back. Get pulled over while I'm dropping him off. Police said I have an open warrant. Didn't understand how I'm on probation. I just, like I said, I just got arrested. Y'all do a thorough search. He tell me, well, it wasn't in the system. It just got put in. They end up searching the car, find not even a gram of weed. Like I said, it wasn't mine, it was my brother's, but Okay, I'm in the car, took the case. Got charged with that. PO come see me. You know, she didn't revocate me or nothing because I had just dropped for her. Like I said, I wasn't smoking weed. Did the program, WCS, did a good job. Didn't drop dirty or nothing. The DA recommended 60 days. The judge ended up giving me 4 months instead. So with that, which like I said, I hated all that, but it was a good thing. The positive I took from that was that during them 4 months, that was my first time ever being locked up. And even though it wasn't prison, even though I never did prison time, but I guess it's the same. You still got no freedom. I had a chance to walk around the yard and just looking at them fences and stuff, it made me say, I don't see how y'all guys can do this. I can never do jail. So from there, I've never been back to jail, never did it, never did nothing wrong. But like I said, I take full responsibilities for the ignorance of the mistakes I made, you know, even though, like I said, I hated that. I feel like I didn't do nothing, but I did. I mean, as far as myself, I didn't do nothing. I mean, like I said, it wasn't my gun. It wasn't in possession, but I didn't understand. That was my fault for not understanding the laws of what possession meant. It wasn't just that I had to have a gun or I couldn't buy a gun. I wasn't supposed to didn't touch one, which I should have never just did touch it anyways. And but like I said, since then, since 2002, I haven't had no trouble. Like I said, I got 2 kids. My son, he stays with me. He graduated school. My daughter just graduated from Washington high school 2 years ago. I'm involved. Like I said, I'm involved. I always kept employment. I worked traffic control, which is like the barrels that y'all see on the highway, blocking y'all, stopping y'all. I did that for 4 years, and so I came to where I'm at now, which is the Milwaukee County Transit System. I've been there for 4 years, perfect attendance, and no problems. I love it. My first time of having a job where it's a pension, so that's what I'm 2 years from that. I never had a job where I can. So now I'm thinking about my future because, you know, like I said, I want to do other things, but right now I'm going to finish that. I got 2 more years. Then after that, I'm going to seek whatever else I want to try. So like I said, why I'm just looking for a partner is, like I said, I feel like I just want to get that stain off my record. I'll be 50 in January. I feel like it's the second half of my life. Don't know if I'm gonna live another 50 like my grandmother did. She did live to 100. But like I said, the last 20 years, I wasn't gonna try to do a partner because I feel like I've been getting by. Like I said, I went to school, trade school. That made me got my, like I said, my diploma behind me for cosmetologist. So having a felony, even though it was hard, I think it also made me find other ways to improve myself because of that employment. You know what I'm saying? Because I was having problems and I knew it was my record and I hated it because I'm like, it looks so bad when you see a felon. I'm like, man, I never did no prison time, never did nothing. I just made some mistakes, but I overcame, and I always, you know, this is what I teach my son as far as sometimes making little mistakes can be a big burden for you in life. So I just take my mistakes to try to employ it on him. So for me, like I said, I just want to overcome any barriers I have in employment. Like I said, I got my class Bs. I want to get my class As. I kind of want to do semi and move stuff like that. But like I said, I'm just right now. I'm content with where I'm at with the Milwaukee County job. It's a good job. It's, you know, it's pays good. The benefits. I'm just looking at my future now. Like I said, I'm almost vested in a pension, and that's just my goal. And as far as like asking for a pardon, I feel like because I have a long, clean record with no convictions. It's been almost 22, 23 years since I had any problem with the law. I have stable employment. I'm involved with the community as much as I can because I do have friends that, like one is, you know, G's Clippers. They do a thing called Real Men, Real Talk, where we invite young men and people that have convictions, and we talk to them to let them know, like, you know, you can do it, to do better way. That's held every third Monday. And when I'm not working, I attend that. And then my other friend, Tasha Colbert, she runs a fatherhood initiative, which is helping dads transition back with their kids or to be better fathers. Because I'm not perfect, but that's the one thing I did get right. I've always been in my kids' life. My son like I said, he stays with me. He's 26. And the maturity, like I said, I know I'm not going to reoffend. And so, like I said,
Thank you, Mr. Washington. I don't want to cut you off, but I want to make sure we get to any questions that the board has. Board members, questions. Cindy.
Yeah. Good afternoon, Mr. Washington.
Good
So you
afternoon.
probably have heard me ask previous applicants this, but applicants are encouraged to submit letters of support, and you chose not to
Right.
submit any.
Yes,
Can you tell us why not?
I guess I think for me, I looked at it. I really felt like because I didn't have no victims or it was no like violent crimes. It was just mistakes that I made. So I mean, I probably looked at that wrong. Like for my character, like I felt like, okay, well, I didn't hurt nobody as far as the people in my family, or it wasn't nobody I did something to. So I think I probably felt like that, you know, having people write on behalf of me, which I could have did that, but I felt like, okay, well, it's my crimes is not nothing towards nobody else, to where it's like to show that what kind of person I was. It's like, okay, you was evil, you was bad, you did this to somebody, and you're a better person. So I probably just looked at that kind of, as I heard you ask other people, I was like, okay, I should have had some recommendations.
Yeah, it's really helpful to us because, you know, as I've said, you know, you want us to see who you are today, right?
Right.
And so if you're volunteering at the barbershop and you're helping out, those are great letters for us to get to see what you're giving back in your life. So
Right.
I'll accept your word for it today, but letters are nice.
Yes. Like I said,
All right.
I looked at it wrong. I looked at it like, well, you know, not a violent crime. There's not no victim in this crime. Okay.
Understood. Thank you.
No problem.
And Eric, I think you had a question as well.
Yeah, apologize if I missed this. Are you a driver with MCTS or are you in a different role there?
Yes, I'm a driver. I'm a bus operator.
All right, perfect. Thank you.
No problem.
Any other questions? All right. Thank you, Mr. Washington. That covers it. Appreciate your time and hope you enjoy your weekend.
Thank you. Y'all too. Exactly. We can get to work.
Yeah. Next up, we have Troy Rams. Mr. Rams.
Oh, there we go. Video. Is it working?
We can hear you. We can't see you.
My wife said this thing has a camera on it, and I'm not sure how to work it.
It looks like there might be a physical cover on the camera. If you can see the camera, like at the top of your computer screen, and there's like a slider or something that flips up.
Hey, look.
There we go.
I learn something new every day. So I'm Troy Rands. This is my second time in front of you guys. My conviction was possession of methamphetamine, party to a crime. I was involved with some people that were making it for ourselves to just use. We never sold any. I'm not blaming anybody for my part in everything that went on. I take full responsibility for the actions that I had part to do with. Since then, I own two houses. One I live in. One is a rental. I also own a business with my wife. We have a taxi company that helps the community get to where they need to go. Also, we work with a lot of special needs, help them get to their jobs or their day programs that they go to. I'm just trying to look through everything. I'd like to have a pardon. Me and my wife, we would like to grow and help with the community and people out there that need help, like the special needs. We would like to start a group home and help people succeed in life like I have. I don't know if you guys got the letter from the chief of police, Ryan Douglas, and what he had to say. He doesn't remember the case. I do very well. But he was actually one of the investigators in the case. And now we help them guys out by taking mentally ill people to the hospital in Eau Claire, or we do a lot of safe rides, and we help out a lot. And I would like to continue to help, but with this felony on my record, it's holding me back from succeeding further in my life. I guess I'm not really good with this kind of stuff. So
That's okay, Mr. Rands. I think you've spoken to all three questions, so we can open it up to any follow-up the board has, unless there's anything you'd like to add. Okay, great. Questions from the board? Cindy?
Yeah, a couple of questions. So in the application, it asks about other criminal offenses or arrests aside from what you're seeking the pardon for. And you listed a couple, but you did not disclose a few, like a 1999 misdemeanor disorderly conduct and a 1999 misdemeanor theft. Is there any reason why you left those out?
when I look up on CCAP, when I look myself up, it only allows me to see so far back. And so I didn't even
You don't know when you've been convicted of offenses?
It's been so long ago, I totally
Really?
forgot.
Really?
Yeah.
I would remember if I went to court and was convicted of multiple misdemeanors. I find it incredible that you couldn't remember that.
My mind is so flooded with my work and stuff that I do that I totally spaced them out. I apologize for that.
Okay. My second question is, and you probably heard me ask previous applicants this, but you chose not to submit any letters of support.
I did, from the actual chief of police.
I don't have that in my packet chair. Do we have that?
Yeah. I'm sorry if it didn't make it into the folder, Cindy, but yes, we do have that.
I'll find it. Thank you.
Okay.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Rance.
Yep, thank you.
Other questions from the board? Eric?
Good afternoon. Thank you for taking the time to talk with us today. In the application, there's a question about treatment or counseling, things like that. And on there, you wrote none. I just wanted to confirm that there wasn't any treatment related to some of your offenses. So the one we're talking about today looked like there might have been a non-criminal OWI at some point. Just wanted to make sure that we had the correct understanding about that.
Yeah, they ordered me to go to assessment for my OWI. The person that assessed me didn't feel I needed to go into further treatment. I don't know why. That's just the decision they made on that.
All right. Thank you.
Yep. Thank you.
Any other questions from the board? Okay, thank you, Mr. Rand. I think that covers it. Appreciate your time and hope you enjoy your weekend.
Thank you. You too.
Our last applicant of the afternoon is Ricardo Dixon. Mr. Dixon.
Hello, everybody. Hello.
Hello.
How you guys doing? I'm Ricardo Dixon. I committed a felony crime in 2010. I think I was convicted. So I think that was about 15 years ago. I invited one of my childhood friends to live in my house, knowing that he was a street guy and knowing his lifestyle, and I trusted him in my house. And just so happened he was being investigated by police, and they raided my apartment and they charged me as an accomplice. I take full responsibility for that because I knew the lifestyle he lived. It was up to me to not let him. Hello?
Mr.
Hello?
Dixon?
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, it went out. I'm sorry. It had
Oh, okay, we
blacked
can
out.
still hear you. Yeah.
Okay, yeah. I'm sorry. Yeah, it was my fault to have trusted him in my house and put my life and my son's life in jeopardy. So I take full responsibility for that. Since then, I had to kind of reshape my mind and direct my goals to something else, because at that time I was working 2 full-time jobs. I had joint custody of my son, and I was actively trying to get into the U.S. Navy. So I didn't have to do any time in prison or anything. The judge gave me time served for I think maybe the 2 to 3 weeks that I sat in jail because he didn't feel like I needed to be rehabilitated. He said I was doing everything that a responsible parent would do. I just was around the wrong people. So he sent me out of there with a felony, but he gave me time served for the 3 weeks. So I didn't have to do any prison time. It was that was a wake up call for me because I could have done time behind that. And after that, I just had to figure out what I wanted to do because everything that I wanted to do in life at that time, being a police officer and then going to the Navy, I couldn't be involved. I couldn't have a felony. So I had to find something else. And with that, I started working in group homes. So today I'm actually at work right now. I work with the youth. I've been working with the youth since 2009. I have my own group home that opened up in 2023. It was called TSP Living. I worked with juveniles GIPS kids, juveniles in need of protection, LGBTQ, sex trafficked, juvenile delinquents. I gave them shelter and I, basically helped pretty much raise them. I provided therapy service for them. So I had a paid therapist out of pocket come every Tuesday of the month, every first Tuesday, and give therapy sessions to each kid that was there. And I was also mentoring the kids myself, basically helping them, know not to make the same decision that I made. So that's what I've been doing since then. I also have received all kinds of certifications. I used to go in the juvenile detention center and teach sexual education to the kids. I was certified for that as well through my job. I work for Wisconsin Community Service. I've been here 7 years. Having a felony, you can't really bounce around on jobs. A lot of jobs won't hire you. So a lot of jobs that I got, I had to stay there for a while because I didn't want to go somewhere and not get a job. I had been denied for so many jobs during this process that it taught me stability. So it wasn't getting the felony was bad, but I learned a lot from it because it helped me be stable. Whereas before I had my felony, I would bounce around at jobs. So now I knew I had to get somewhere and stay, and I actually found my passion during this time. I feel like what's holding me back with it is other positions in this company because I love the company I work for that I can move up to. But me having this felony on me, I can't do certain positions that I'm in line for, or that would definitely best suit my future and for me and my kids. And I've been checking everything off my bucket list in life as well. Like I said, to open my group home, that was on my list. And the last thing really is to, outside of getting married, would be to be a police officer, which I don't even know if I can do that with the pardon. But like I said, most of the goals that I had in place was there being accomplished. I broke away from that crowd I was around. And when I caught my felony, I never hung with them again. I just changed my whole life. So I just feel like me getting this felony off would like, it'll be a great thing for me because it was just a rude awakening. I've learned a lot from it. And it's held me back from places, having decent places to stay. I've had to stay in some not so good neighborhoods because I've been denied because of my felony. So I've been having custody of my son all this time. So he's 21 now. He graduated high school. I got a chance to watch that. And I didn't have neither one of my parents growing up. So for me to be there through my son's life all the way through and not have to go to jail as well, it's been worth it because I could have went away for some years and missed a lot of his time. But I've been here for the whole time. And now I have 3 sons. So that's it. But yeah, that's pretty much it.
Thank you, Mr. Dixon. We'll open up to questions from the board. Board members? Eric.
Good afternoon, Mr. Dixon. Thank you for taking the time to talk with us today. The board will make its own recommendation and the governor will have the final decision about your request for a pardon. But the Milwaukee County District Attorney's Office did review your application and supports it. How does that make you feel?
It makes me feel good. It gives me hope. It gives me hope that that I can bounce back from this scar on my name because this definitely isn't the person that I am, and I've definitely gotten a lot better. Like I said, at that time of my life, I was a decent person, but now the person I am, this would be a great thing to have support to get this off of my name.
Thank you for your response.
Appreciate it.
Any other questions? All right. Thank you, Mr. Dixon. I think you covered everything. We appreciate your time and hope you enjoy your weekend.
All right. Thank you. You guys have a good Friday.
Thank you. Mr. Dixon was our last applicant of the afternoon. So at this point, I will entertain a motion to go into closed session under Wisconsin statute 19.85 sub 1 sub A, D, and F for purposes of deliberations concerning specific cases, concerning specific applications, and considering financial, medical, social, and personal histories of specific persons. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Cindy, do you have a second?
A second.
Nadia, all in favor, aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed? Motion carries. And board members, just give us a moment to make sure our live stream has stopped.